month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know it's going to be a good day when one of the first guys in the chat room over there from Twitch is Highballs. Highballs says, hey, guys, let's go.
Must be a Thursday.
Must be a Thursday. Football's back tonight in America. We're back live with you now on the streams as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. Also on the app and everywhere else as we get rolling. Look, we have an on-air light up here. Look at that.
You know what I found out yesterday? You got one in the hall, too, by the way. You know what I found out yesterday is that that one has worked all the entire time we've been on.
We just didn't have it plugged up?
No. It was plugged up. It just wasn't properly installed.
So that will be on if we have a hot mic.
Correct, yes.
Supposedly.
We now will have
I don't worry about the hot mic nearly as much as I used to.
Well, yeah.
The hallways are on. That one goes on and off. I like this one.
It goes on and off when Rockstar talks.
Oh, so that's a Rockstar one.
Yeah, so I got this one. Mine's on.
Oh, okay. Just new gadgets as we continue to add stuff here. I thought you were going to tell me if we'd just put a bulb in that one, it would have been working the entire time.
I was informed by our engineers yesterday that it's been working all along. It was just improperly installed. There was one minor adjustment.
More cameras coming soon, and maybe we can show you the on-air lights at some point in the show today. Get those on.
I'm sure they'll get fired up about that.
Turn them on again.
Oh, wow. Now turn them on.
Lights. They're on air lights.
I mean, we make a big deal. Forrester, blink the lights for us. We make a big deal about the flashing lights in stadiums all over the place.
I think
play Mr. Brightside.
I think that's a little more exciting than the on-air light.
Probably so.
I like anything new, LT. A lot to get to today. College football returns tonight. Not a great slate. Navy and Memphis. Memphis is 3-3. They're 0-2 in the American. We'll talk about that game. Georgia Southern down in Mobile to play South Alabama. Got an NFL game tonight. Got a big baseball game tonight. Let's start, though, with a little battle that's going on. I like these things when they're pregame, like some of the stuff you're getting from Ole Miss and Tennessee right now. I don't like this after you've already played each other. But Kirk Ferentz and James Franklin, who did battle this past week, and I'm of the belief that if Clifford doesn't get hurt, this game's not even close. It was 17-3, and it was trending to be a blowout.
Yeah, I think Clifford probably had another pick in him, though.
He might have. Yeah, but I'm with Dunaway. I think Penn State wins.
I think it's still a 7-point Penn State win. 100%.
Yeah, I think Penn State wins. Yep.
So if you're following now, Iowa's number 2 in the country, and Penn State has dropped to number 7 after that loss battle of 3 and 4. During that game, several Penn State players were injured, and some Iowa fans were booing, thinking they were faking the injuries to sort of slow down or catch a breather or whatever. James Franklin said afterwards he wasn't very happy with the booing. We're going to really start booing injured players. Kirk Ferentz came back after Franklin called out the Iowa fans and said this on Tuesday.
Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt. Nobody. But I think probably it's a reaction to there were a couple guys that were down for the count, and then we're back a player or two later. And I mean, our fans aren't stupid. I mean, they're watching. They know what's going on. And I've been here 23 years. I think that's only the second time we've seen that kind of stuff going on. It goes on. We don't coach it. Haven't really been exposed to it. And but our fans thought they smelled a rat, I guess. I don't know. So, they responded the way they responded.
Smelled a rat. That's Ferentz. Now, Franklin, we got him from yesterday coming up in a second because it started with the booing, then Franklin, then Ferentz, Franklin coming up. But the tie to all this is that Kirk's son, at one time, way back when, on the same staff with James Franklin. And there's some crossover there to where, there's knowledge that in the past, there's been some coaching on other staffs of using words like turtle or scuba to call for a player to go down.
Well, I could understand that maybe against an Ohio State. A Minnesota's offense a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Gus Malzahn when he'd go NASCAR.
I just looked it up. I mean, you would look at plays, right, to see if this is an issue. Like a team that has a ton of plays, Lance, you would want to slow them down, right?
Yeah,
Arkansas ran 94 this past week.
I would say that Iowa, on average, runs about 61 plays a game.
I'd put them at 65, but I was in the same neighborhood.
Do the quick math. 410 plays, 6 games.
Yep.
410, 6.
410 divided by 6 is 68 plays.
Yep. It's about 68 plays a game.
Yeah, 68 plays a game. So your leader in total plays is New Mexico State. To put that in perspective, they have run 532 in 7 games, 76. It's really not that big a gap, really. 8 plays a game from 46 to top of the heap.
Yep.
But anyway, watching Iowa football, watching Penn State football, these are offenses. Yeah, I think what it was, the crowd was booing. These are smart football fans. That's a great atmosphere at Kinnick. I think they wanted to get out and celebrate. They knew they were about to win the game. They were booing. I watched the game. I didn't think there was anything malicious. I've seen it before. You guys have seen it in hurry-up situations where it does seem like a player just falls out.
Yeah, it happens occasionally.
Yeah, we've seen replays where a guy is standing up, hands on hip, looking to the sideline for the signal, and then kind of tilts his head like.
Or you hear scuba,
And then he just falls like he got hit by a sniper. Now that gets a boo. But when we got a pile up and the pile gets up and the guy's still on the ground, I'm less inclined to. First of all, I don't like the booing to begin with. You just never know. I mean, a guy could be.
You just never know.
Yeah, he could have a lacerated kidney.
But I agree with you. I like the talk before the game because I was thinking this morning just to myself that this is going to be the storyline for this game next year.
Yeah, for this next year, exactly. Well, here's Franklin yesterday after he had clapped back at the Iowa fans and then Ferentz had clapped back at him, and now here's Franklin for the double clap back.
How does this strategy make sense against a huddle team?
Correct.
People use this strategy to slow people down. In our 6 years of playing them, 6 years straight, 4-2 with our record.
Pointed that out.
Has that ever shown up? Has anybody seen that? But your son's down on the field with an injury, and I just told you P.J. Mustipher is done for the year, and we're booing. Is that good for college football? It was a physical game. Was there a bunch of injuries? I get it. And how it may have looked, I get it. I'm telling you, we don't coach it. We don't teach it. There's a bunch of injuries in the game. But 70% of those guys never returned. So all I'm saying is I don't think this is right for college football.
I'm kind of with Franklin on this, and he's fired up, and you know he's going to get a little over the top to make his point there. I am uncomfortable when I am watching a game and the camera shows a guy laying on the ground hurt and I hear the crowd boo. It does make me uncomfortable as a college football fan. I got no dog in the fight. I mean, this can be a Nebraska-Ohio State game I'm watching. It doesn't matter. You just never know.
But I don't like the faking of the injuries either.
I don't either, but
if you watch that game, it just didn't seem like that was ever part of it.
I'm with Franklin. They're in a huddle. Why am I going to fall down?
Right.
You know, if
and I'm shocked that Kirk Ferentz, for all of his experience, would and in a win would say that what he said.
I mean, if you complete a long pass down to the 2, everybody's humping it down there. My defender gets down there, looks to the sideline, and falls. Okay.
Yep.
But I didn't get to see every play of that game, and I certainly didn't see every injury he's talking about. I didn't see a whole lot of that, though. It seemed like pile and piled, guys still laying on ground.
But even in a huddled team, if you all of a sudden don't have your right personnel out there, in one of your situations we're running down the field and they are going to go without a substitution or something, which doesn't allow me to substitute, and they're not going to huddle this time, I can understand it happening.
Until they put a rule against it, though, Jim, it's going to continue.
That was the big question I was about to ask you. Should there be a rule? And then how in the world do you even have a rule about this?
You can't enforce it. It becomes so subjective.
It's impossible.
The only...
Can you imagine if you enforced a penalty on a kid and then you find out he's done for the year?
That's it, yeah. That's the whole thing. And we're all about player safety now. How can you enforce a rule about a guy going down hurt?
I will use Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. He got laid out in the Rams game. Came back in that game.
Terrell Lewis, former Alabama player.
Came back a little bit in that game.
He's out tonight.
And he's still out. And they're saying he's out because of internal injuries. You just don't know. You just don't know.
You don't. I mean,
you knew on that lick though.
Well, that one was obvious. But the only way you could enforce a rule is just blanket. If I've got to stop a game for a guy to leave the field with an injury, there's a limit to how long he has to stay out. Like, in other words, he can't come back for 3 offensive plays or 2 offensive plays or next series or, whatever the agreement is on the coaches. It's got to be blanket. I don't care if he limps off. I don't care if he's carted off. He's got to stay out a certain amount of time.
Oh, some people have said for the entire drive.
Well, I mean,
but if your quarterback is down and a legitimate injury,
it's got to go both ways.
Jack Cohn, for instance. All right. that game where he dislocates his finger. Now, he did it without taking a timeout or missing a play. But even if he had to come off for one play to get that finger relocated, but he's able to go back the next play to have a rule in place to where he'd have to sit out the entire drive.
That's where it
just
gets
seems
tricky.
too penal at that
but
point.
here's the other side of that. Now, if I got dinged and I'm a little foggy, but the ref hasn't noticed it yet, in the back of my mind, I don't want to set out a whole drive. I'm just now getting into the game, man. I'm here to make a play. I'm here to help my team. So now I don't go out of the game. Now I'm playing hurt, and now I may be a little bit foggy, and I get dinged again, and now I got a bad concussion. So, see, that's the other side of trying to enforce this, is if as a player I know if I go down hurt, I got to sit out 3 plays, I may try to tough it out. And that leads to bigger injuries.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there is an answer to that.
It is. It's a complicated issue, but wanted to give you a little of that juice there. Wish that was leading in. I wish it was already next year, Iowa and Penn State. I wish it was leading into a game this weekend
Big Ten
between those two.
championship.
Yeah,
and I
and I
go
really-
to the Big Ten championship game.
It could happen.
It again.
It could happen.
It was really
Doubtful.
unfortunate that Clifford got hurt because that was going to end up it ended up being a really good game anyway. It was just some terrible quarterback play in the second half.
All right, Pepsi hotline open, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. I will tell you, we look like the most hydrated bunch in the world when the show starts, Rockstar.
Seriously, you guys are stocked.
Yeah.
I've already had, seriously, I think 60 ounces of water before I even got here.
60 ounces.
It's a long drive.
It's very
LT.
specific, Lance.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I've got one of these new, and it's the wrong size refrigerator. It's a long story. But it counts
wait,
the ounce.
let me guess. You bought too big, not too
No,
small?
I bought actually too small.
So you got a little gap?
Well, I had the house that I bought years ago came with it was the custom fridge that was built in, and the fridge finally went out. Mm-hmm. So when we went to put the fridge back in, it just wasn't the right size, and I've still got to get that taken care of. Anyway, the new fridge has got an ounce counter on the
So as you
on the water.
as you
Yeah,
fill
on
from the
dispenser.
dispenser, it tells you how many
Yeah.
ounces you've gotten?
Yeah.
Does it like keep a running total for your day? Or it
I
just
don't
tells
know,
you
it
as
probably
you get
can
it?
do something like that, but
Yeah.
I just just did the simple math.
All right.
We were at our friends' walk-ons one time. Remember, we sat at the little beer table,
Right.
The booth with the beer tabs.
Yep.
And that, I found it fascinating as I pulled the beers for everybody all day long. It was like a gas pump.
No, yeah.
Yeah, now it was keeping dollars and cents.
Correct.
But I could not stop watching that as I was pouring beer. I was like, oh, there you go. There's 79 cents worth of beer.
That's something you can't look at. You just got to wait till it's over with.
That's right.
Yep.
You realize you're in for the day, and I'm just going to pay whatever it is at the end.
But I over the years of doing different things with you guys, y'all never drank water back in the day.
Oh, I did, yeah.
It was always Diet Cokes.
I always
What
had
do you
water
mean, in studio?
Yeah.
No, I've always had water in studio.
I thought y'all were always drinking something diet.
No, well, I mean, that's on occasion, but no, I get most of my water
I thought it
intake
was
at
coffee for you, and I thought it was something diet for you.
I go one morning routine. I get one coffee,
Yep.
right? And then that big black thing that you saw me drink for years and years at Jocks,
right.
with both hands, that
what
big
I've heard.
black Yeti,
Right.
I would drink. That was water
Because
always
I used
in
to
there.
have
Because I was
a
always
refillable
running
thing.
down to the
Right,
dispenser.
yeah, me too,
Okay.
yeah.
It always looked like it was coffee, but it was a big black
Yeah.
Yeti with the college football logo on it. I was all
I
water.
would try to drink 4 because that would be my water intake of the day. So if I drank 1 per hour in the show, I'd get my normal intake.
I was misled. Now that the Aquafina's up here, it's easy to see.
And,
right.
and
Great sponsor, too.
Forster tight shot here in the Styrofoam Next Round Cup this morning from our friends at Redmond
What kind
Vodka.
of
That could be vodka in
Yeah,
there.
it looks like I am drinking vodka today, but I am drinking a mixture of the Aquafina and
What kind of cup is that?
this is Styrofoam.
Okay. I thought you put an N on the end of it.
He used to.
yeah.
He's approved it.
Yeah,
Wait, how do you-
styrofoam.
He used to say styrofoam, but he's
I said
improved.
Styrofoam the first time.
A long time ago.
Yeah, sometimes
You did it again just a minute ago.
sometimes I put it up to my ear.
But that is not vodka.
No, this is not. But it looks like it is a mixture of the Aquafina and Revive from our friends at Hydrolive. I was feeling a little.
So let's get them all in.
Just back in the bag.
I will tell you. So who does the Styrofoam cup the best is our friends at Odie's, where we were last night.
All right.
But I like the mixed drink in the Styrofoam cup.
Yeah.
Or a good Mountain Dew. What I don't like
It's a
is
Bud
beer.
Light. Can't put a Bud Light in a
beer
Styrofoam
is
cup.
not good in Styrofoam
Yeah,
cup.
it's got to be in a nice mug, which we have, and everything. Well, tell us about Odie's.
Yeah, why don't we do it?
Since you're at
while we're
Odie's,
here?
go
Well,
ahead, man.
I got there early last night. I got a sandwich I had never got before. I didn't get the Diablo sandwich.
Oh.
I got there a little early last night. I got the pimento cheese BLT.
Yes, sir.
That's
That
always
sounds good right
And
there.
I got it on white bread.
How good was it?
And I got a side of their spicy slaw. It was incredible. But, that's the food that Rodney Davis has been doing almost 30 years. Rockstar, what is your go-to there?
It's the Southwestern wrap.
Yeah.
That's good, too. I've had that.
Yeah, I do the south of the border wrap a lot
That's
of times.
what it is. South of the border
Yeah,
wrap.
south of
That's
the border
what it
wrap's
is.
really, really good. Anyway, if you're looking for a big-time lunch today, stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. We were there last night for Odie's Team Trivia. Mark it down. Every single Wednesday we will be there. My trivia question got thrown off last night. I asked what came first, the Rock or Dairy Queen. You guys want to guess?
I would say Dairy Queen was before Dwayne Johnson.
This is where I got thrown off. So I had Dwayne Johnson. For whatever reason, he popped up, so I was trying to do this pre-question.
I mean, he's got to be 38.
No, Dwayne Johnson is 49.
Yeah.
49.
But
man.
I would go Dairy Queen.
Yeah, I would have too. But so once I find out Dwayne Johnson was born on May 2nd of 1972, I look for, I was just thinking fast food, something that would come around there. And Dairy Queen is one of the 3 or 4 that I Googled. And this shows you on Wikipedia you can change it because they had changed it because somebody had put in June 12th, 1972 was when it was founded.
No way.
And then last night we had spark controversy because everybody's running. It was 1940.
Yeah, you got people who don't use their phones during the game coming to us with Wikipedia on their phones saying it was 1940.
Yeah.
But we didn't cheat. We just checked afterwards.
I'm telling you, it was somebody changed Wikipedia within a day on Dairy Queen.
Yeah. Well, no, I believe that. But, I mean, Dairy Queen, I even told the story yesterday in Little League. If you hit the sign, you got free Dairy Queen in the outfield. And, that was in the early 70s. So it had to be, I mean, it could have been 72, but I doubt Alabaster had one of the first Dairy Queens in the world.
So anyway, Dairy Queen is older than the Rock.
Yeah,
but the Rock
that's what
is
I would have
49.
thought.
Yeah, I would have gotten that one right. All right, we got football tonight to get to. Part of our show, though, being brought to you by the great folks at the Standifer Insurance Agency. Standifer Insurance. Brownie, tell us about one of your great sponsors.
Hey, listen, get a insurance checkup today, 664-3200 for the Standifer Insurance Agency. Make sure what you're paying is getting you the best insurance and the most insurance you can get. Call Jessup Standifer and the crew at the Standifer Insurance Group. Have your coverages and what you pay ready. Let them do an insurance checkup. 664-3200, Standifer Insurance Group.
Memphis has a win over Mississippi State, but they're 0-2 in the American already. Navy's 1-2 in the American. That's their only win so far. As you watch this game at 6:30 on ESPN, you have a lot of other things to watch tonight. The great Giants-Dodgers deciding game. You have the Buccaneers and the Eagles playing in the NFL. But for the college football fan that'll tune in tonight, how far has Memphis fallen so quickly here? It's happened quickly, hasn't it?
I don't want to say, Ryan Silverfield is in an interesting situation because you go back and Justin Fuente had a ton of success and Mike Norvell had a lot of success. This is a Memphis team that opened 3-0. And since upsetting Mississippi State on that controversial punt return from Calvin Austin, they've lost 3 consecutive games, but they're by a combined 12 points.
Yeah, they really should be 2-4 though.
And
honestly.
last week,
Do you have the quality of opponents
I've
they've
got it
lost
right
to?
here.
Yeah.
You want it?
well, I'll just tell you this real quick as you go through that.
UTSA, who's pretty good in Conference USA.
Yeah,
They're really
It's
good.
pretty
They lost
team.
on a last-second field goal.
Yeah, 31-28 on that one. Now,
And
lost
LT
it-
called that. He told us the Roadrunners would be good. You called that.
They lost at Temple, and Temple is no good.
Inexcusable. but
34-31
I
loss
will
there.
tell you, last weekend, I had this game on TV, pathetically, because I had Tulsa plus the points.
And they lost there too, 35-29. Tulsa's 2-4.
That is one of the worst uniform games I've ever seen.
Oh,
Tulsa
Tulsa's
was
are
wearing
awful.
some kind of
Yeah.
alternative, the hurricane
Is
flags.
it the gold helmet they wear?
It was the gold, but it had
Yeah.
some red.
Yeah.
And then Memphis has got that new white striped
Yeah,
helmet.
bad.
That is awful.
Bad.
But Memphis last week, I mean, they were -3 in turnovers. They missed 3 field goals. They missed an extra point, and they lost the game by a possession.
But I'm with you, Jim.
So they're really
Yeah.
close, and it's not a bad team. And Calvin Austin is really good. So I expect Memphis to go out, try to prove a point tonight after losing 3
This has
straight.
been a launching, what you're saying, I think, this has been a launching board program. I mean, it sent Justin Fuente to Virginia Tech. It sent Mike Norvell to Florida State. It has sent 2 coaches to 2 pretty good ACC jobs. Now, neither of the coaches has killed it there, but that's beside the point. This has been a launching board program. And this Ryan Silverfield guy looks like he's taking it the other direction.
Yeah,
right now.
this will be a statement tonight for Memphis.
All right.
Oh, a statement
The old
tonight.
statement
Memphis
game.
and Navy, 6:30. Georgia Southern and South Alabama as well, 6:30 on ESPNU. Bucks and Eagles in the NFL. And then, of course, Dodgers and Giants go at 8 o'clock this evening as they decide who goes on to play the Braves in the National League Championship Series. If you're watching that game, by the way, and you want to throw a log on the fire or get out some boots or sweaters, in the 50s for the Dodgers-Giants tonight in San Francisco. First pitch, I think, is at 53 degrees.
I might watch it outside tonight.
Ooh, it's going to be nice out tonight. Do you remember being a kid, though, watching those games at Candlestick? And it would be... It'd be 95 degrees here in Birmingham.
I was miserable watching
and they'd have blankets.
They'd be jackets.
And it was like,
the wind going everywhere.
You have cyclones like 3 or 4 going on during.
You see the hot dog wrappers?
Yeah, it was so weird.
I always loved those.
And like the pitcher would get on base, they'd have to run the big old starter jacket out to him. I'm like, man, that is so weird out there.
Paul says the Memphis-Tulsa under was a horribly bad beat last week.
Was that a bad beat for the under?
I wasn't paying attention to the total. I just had Tulsa.
Jack says DQ is even older than me. Jack, welcome in this morning. Glad the nurses woke you up this morning. So we look forward to a fun show. You can jump into the chat room over there with everybody. You can see those with our crowd from YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter there. And as you listen to us on the app, don't forget you can download the show afterwards on Spotify, iTunes, Odyssey, and you can always get your smart device like Alexa, just enable it to play the next round. A lot to get to coming up on the show. We also have Stan White, Brandon Marcello, John Metchie, all still to come later on the Pepsi Hotline. Right now, part of the show being brought to you up the street with great savings, our friends at Lanyas Furniture.
Yeah, make sure you go see old Big Gravy here at the next round. We're excited to have Lanyas Furniture as a sponsor of the show. Our longtime viewers and listeners have known Lanyas Furniture as Alabama's home for lazy boy value, as well as the go-to source for other great brands such as Flex Steel, Universal, Bernhard, many others. Short drive to the huge showrooms in Warrior. Definitely worth the drive when you check out the great prices and the fact that Lanyas Furniture keeps that gigantic inventory that allows for immediate delivery if you've shopped for furniture during the last 18 months. You know it's hard to find, but John Lanyas and his staff made the decision to place even larger orders to fill the warehouses during the beginning days of the pandemic. They've never let up. The results? Lanyas Furniture, one of the largest in-stock inventories of Lazy Boy and many other products. They can quickly deliver your new furniture anywhere in the state. Go see them in Warrior today, or if you like, shop 24/7, LanyasFurnitureCompany.com. That's Lanyas Furniture in Warrior, your home for Lazy Boy value.
All right, when we come back, our spotlight today, some key matchups. We'll take you to a couple of big games in the SEC on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or at ExcaliburService.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Oh, jumping in with the next round. Good morning. And Ward M. Eagle, he says they're getting ready for a trip to Fayetteville. More on that game may be coming up in our spotlight. Did somebody have that game? I don't know.
No, I don't. That number went back down, though. It had jumped up when Furman was on with us yesterday.
Yeah, more on that in a second. We'll let LT explain to us what the heck is going on. Jonathan says, LT, we had the Oz counter on our fridge. Oh, ounce counter. I was like,
the Oz. I was like, I'm almost a wizard.
It's coming on at 7 p.m., guys.
If you ever wonder who had the lowest SAT, ACT scores on the show, stay tuned. It doesn't take long to figure it out.
We were just talking ounces.
Yeah. Jonathan says, LT, we had the ounce counter on our fridge, and I actually counted them one time, and it was a nice bit off, he says.
No, I get that, but I do have one of the tumblers that's a 32-ounce cup.
Right, yeah.
And so I measured it out.
Yeah. Measured it out.
Yeah, so it actually is working right now. Probably will fall apart like most appliances do, but...
that's JP who was listening out in Dallas. Michael gives us in the chat room over there. Ole Miss and A&M both had guys go down left and right when they were playing Alabama. Did you guys notice that in the A&M game?
Yeah, I did see that in the A&M game. I didn't think it screwed Alabama up that much, but we did get some complaints yesterday. Like JD, I think, was one that said during the show yesterday that it frustrated him how much it was happening with Texas A&M. I didn't notice it like really screw Alabama up though. But maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention, but it didn't seem like Alabama got, thrown off their tempo by it.
And then Chris said, I just finished Bama and Bourbon, the podcast. Aaron Suttles nails the issues this Alabama team has. Bama and Bourbon is up for you in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com or over on the YouTube channel. And always very informative what Aaron Suttles brings to the table with LT as they sip the latest batch of bourbon.
I watched it, Lance, and you were hosting it with Aaron. Boy, he is...
very candid.
Very candid.
Very direct.
About Alabama's coaching situation.
Yeah,
right
look, and I think
and
that's
player situation.
one of the things you respect about Aaron, a guy that can be that objective, that covers one team for the Athletic. And that's one of the reasons. I mean, if you like bourbon, you like Alabama football, and you like no punches pulled, I think you'll really like this latest episode.
All right, so go check that out in the podcast section, or go subscribe and like right there at our YouTube channel, Next Round Live there. All right. It is time for our Spotlight. It's brought to you every day by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. On this day, we sort of focus on key matchups in a big game this weekend, Rockstar.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
X's and O's. College football's best matchup.
Hey, listen up. Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you. Getting help with what you need when you need it, that's what AmFirst does. They were founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
All right, so LT, why don't you start us off with a matchup over here?
Well, it's amazing the difference a year makes. You guys, we talked about Tom Allen and Indiana and how they could be a dark horse surprise in the Big Ten this year, coming off that year with Michael Penix. And now they go against Michigan State. And if you're looking for an upset, look, Kenneth Walker has been fantastic thus far. He's leading the nation in rushing. But if you go back to the matchup last year, Indiana shut out Michigan State 24-0 at East Lansing. They held them to 60 yards rushing.
Okay.
I think Kenneth Walker will get his. The interesting thing is Indiana's defense is getting healthier. Peyton Thorne, first-year starting quarterback, hasn't made mistakes. 14 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. But the Indiana secondary, which is getting healthier, has allowed 200 or fewer yards in 3 of 6 games. I think Indiana secondary comes to play. I think they make Michigan State one-dimensional. This game could get a little more interesting, especially if somehow Kenneth Walker doesn't go off like he's gone off all 6 games.
11 a.m. FS1 for Michigan State and Indiana. Brown, give us a key matchup in our AmFirst Spotlight.
I am most excited, I think, for any game Saturday, but definitely in the SEC, Ole Miss and Tennessee. I think that game excites me more than any SEC game this weekend.
I think that's the Cole-Tom Hart game, right? 6:30
Correct.
SEC Network. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's how I felt about Ole Miss Arkansas last week.
Well, you were right.
Yeah,
it was the best game of the day.
I don't know if we're going to get that with Ole Miss Tennessee because I heard somebody this morning talking about, look, you're not going to be able to stop these two offenses.
Well, that's interesting. I'm looking at their offenses.
Do you agree?
Well, let me give you the comparison, though, and I'll tell you where this game's going to be decided here in the matchup. Ole Miss averages 46 points per game. That is first in the conference, 4th in the nation. Tennessee, 41 points per game, 3rd in the conference, 7th in the nation. That's a lot alike right there. When it comes to rushing touchdowns, they've both run it in the end zone 18 times. They both know how to score on the ground.
Right.
When it comes to rushing yards, Ole Miss, 259 a game. 1st in the conference, 5th in the nation. Tennessee, 253 a game. 2nd in the conference, 6th in the nation. They're a lot alike there. But here's where they're different. The passing yards. It's through the air where Ole Miss is going to win this game. 302 a game. That is 3rd in the conference. Tennessee just 220 a game, 10th in the league. It is through the air that Matt Corral and Ole Miss win this game against Tennessee, but I still expect it to be an exciting game.
I think, look, I mean, based on how bad those defenses have been and Josh Heupel has got the offense dialed in, I think we're going to score a lot of points.
I do too.
Keep in mind, though, that good news comes from Tennessee getting 2 of their running backs back that didn't play last week in that contest. And Ole Miss thinks they're going to win the game. At least the person that handles their Twitter account, they send out from their official,
this is bold.
Their official Ole Miss football Twitter account a orange and white checkered board, and it's chess versus checkers. Let's play.
That is fantastic.
A shot at the checkerboard end zone right there.
No, it is fantastic, but it is also teed up for Tennessee if they win this game to fire back with a response.
I don't know about you guys. I think it's a really difficult game to handicap.
Oh, yes.
I think Ole Miss is the better team, but that hyped-up crowd, we know crowd has been a factor this year.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about my matchup, which is Kentucky and Georgia. We're talking about at the top of the standings here, number 11 at number 1. And we've talked a variety of different ways about the Georgia defense, just how good they are. One of them is just being so good and forcing a lot of 3 and outs, just the limited number of plays the other team gets. Ivan Mazel today pointing it out. 57 snaps a game is what they're allowing average from the opponents. 57 snaps. Now, keep in mind that Kentucky usually doesn't allow a lot of snaps. They like to condense games themselves, but they lead the SEC in 12 turnovers. They average 65 snaps a game, Kentucky. We're talking about limited opportunities for Kentucky, limited chances of scoring, especially if they give away possessions to this Georgia team with a turnover, empty possessions there. I think this ends up being a blowout. Kentucky rarely has the football on Saturday, and Georgia dominates it with their defense. And you'll sit there and you'll be like, did Will Levis ever make it onto the field? Because they never had the ball.
It was a 3-and-out question yesterday where you said you thought combined punts and turnovers would be more than 10 or more for Kentucky.
Yep. Feeling better about that today.
Combined punts and turnovers. That's a lot.
We've always talked about the SEC East being the weak link, and it's gotten a little bit better over the last couple of years. Did you guys realize this is the first time since you split divisions in 92 that you've had 2 6-0s meet?
Until I read that last night, I did not. That surprised me. But I guess if you go back.
But I would have thought we would have seen Florida and Tennessee, right?
They were always early in the season.
Yeah.
Before you could get to 6-0. It was always before the 6 games, so they were never to 6-0.
It was always in September, it was.
Yep. Now, they did play that one game at the end that year because, I believe, of 9/11, wasn't it?
It was 9/11 or a tornado. I don't
Or a
remember. I
hurricane,
was actually
yeah.
at that game, though. That was
Yeah.
first week of December because they moved the SEC championship game back.
Yeah, that was with Tennessee and Florida. It was 9/11. Yeah.
So they moved it at the end, and that was such a big game then. But one of the teams was not unbeaten. That did surprise me until I thought, well, that Tennessee-Florida game was always in September. It seemed like. So you couldn't be 6-0. That's an odd stat, and that's a matchup look in our spotlight this week, brought to you by our friends at Am First.
Dunaway, what they know is that banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. So getting help with what you need when you need it, that's what Am First does. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
Yeah, Christopher says RIP to Kentucky's undefeated season. Goose, Georgia at number 1, perfect place for them to fall apart. I mean, you get this a lot from not only our viewers, but also from a lot of college football fans in the SEC. They are expecting, in the old days, we called it Clemsoning until Clemson got really good. People keep expecting, we need a catchphrase for what Kirby Smart in Georgia does. People keep expecting Georgia to somehow stumble here.
Well, I mean, people are used to it over the last 41 years, right? Here's what I would say. There are 2 games on Saturday's slate. If the upset happens in both of these games, college football is completely flipped on its head.
Well, Kentucky, Georgia is one of them. The other one would be...
It's obvious.
Well, I got to look at the slate. TCU, Oklahoma?
No.
Mississippi State over Alabama?
Yep. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Back-to-back losses for Alabama in the regular season hasn't happened since 2007.
Yeah, it would be monumental if both of those happened. But then you start to look, well, what is the college football playoff picture really? I mean, where is it?
Well, Cincinnati's your big winner there.
I think Kentucky's your number 1 team in the nation.
Oh, no, Iowa.
No.
I think Kentucky would go to number 4.
Like 11th, Lance. They're going to jump from 11 to 1.
I could see them jump 11 to 1. If I was voting, I would have. If Kentucky goes to Athens and beats Georgia,
they've had 4 one-possession games before this.
But they've already got a top 10 win against Florida. This would be a number 1 win.
I don't disagree with you that they would deserve to be number 1. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think you underestimate how voters vote. A lot of times voters vote with it's Iowa's turn to be number 1. They were number 2, number 1 lost. Iowa should be number 1 now.
That's a dumb way to vote.
Well, I agree completely, but it's the way it's certainly the way the coaches vote.
But Iowa would have beaten number 7 Penn State, who would move up this week in a bye week as well. So
I know all that. I'm just telling you.
But I guess Georgia technically has got a backup quarterback
They do.
too. Anyway, those 2 aren't going to happen. But I'm just saying, if you really wanted some chaos, let that happen on Saturday, because Kentucky then becomes a team that it's 2 things. Alabama is Nick Saban finally lost his fastball? That would be the narrative.
You would get a flood of stories of the dynasties over back-to-back losses.
Yeah, that's what that would be.
Yes.
And then the other would be, what's going on with Kentucky, and on the flip side of that, like Georgia pulled to Georgia.
Well, you start trying to find Kentucky losses at that point because they're going to need 2 of them not to play in Atlanta.
Well, if they beat Georgia, you're not going to find one.
I'm
at
with
least
you on
paper.
that. I mean, you may find one, but I don't know that they're going to lose 2 games of Mississippi State, Tennessee, Vandy. That's their 3 remaining conference games.
Matty B, it's set up perfectly for Bama to run the table the rest of the way and knock off Georgia in the SEC championship game. Steven gives it's called smarting. It's what they do when Georgia, instead of Clemsoning, he calls it smarting.
Well, it goes well beyond the days of Kirby Smart. It started before then.
Yeah.
So
long time ago.
I mean, what would be the 3 that you would look at? The national championship, where they lose, right?
Yeah.
They had that game in hand.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC championship, where Jalen Hurts comes in.
Correct.
And then the South Carolina game.
That's one.
I mean, I think those are the 3 big ones that would stand out to me.
Yeah.
The ostrich of the next round says, look, Tennessee has improved. Yes, it was Missouri and South Carolina, but they either lost the games or barely won them. So the Vols, he says, have improved. A lot of people say they like this Tennessee team this weekend against Ole Miss. Not the majority, obviously. The Rebels are the favorites.
Yeah, I'm not one of those that is beholden to the betting lines like, oh, my gosh, Vegas is telling you this or that, because I really don't know enough about it. But, Lance, I will say I look at them every Sunday when they first come out from Circus Sports, primarily to see where Alabama, Auburn, UAB are. When I saw Tennessee at the time was favored like 3 or 4, or Ole Miss was favored 3 or 4, that was surprisingly low to me.
Yeah.
And it is now down to 2.5 as I look at it right now.
Yeah, and I think you're getting a lot of public money right now on Tennessee. It's. I don't think anybody trusts Ole Miss. I mean, you look at the last couple of outings, their defense has looked horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, Tennessee's going to score points.
Offense is scary. Tennessee can run the football, and they get their guys back this week. Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy, and then I'll tell you what's coming up in the next segment. Rocky?
My guy is Adam Metchie at MD Realty. You know Adam is not a second. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through this process. Call Adam Metchie for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
A couple of congratulations on the soccer front before we head to break here. Chris Richards, whose dad played at Birmingham Southern, and he grew up, was born and raised here in Birmingham, played with the BUSA locally and the Hoover Soccer Club. He made a start last night for the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup qualifier. He was a starter from right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and the Americans win 2-1 over Costa Rica, looking good to qualify for the World Cup. And then our Legion FC, our hometown soccer team, won last night down at BBVA Field 3-1 over Austin. They now have clinched the first home game in the playoffs in club history. They're locked into at least a home game now coming up in the playoffs. So congratulations to both Chris making that U.S. men's national team starting debut last night, and then for Legion FC clinching a home playoff game last evening. When we come back, we will look at tonight's NFL showdown. Are the Buccaneers asking Tom Brady to do too much? And an injury update on a former Alabama quarterback when the next round rolls on.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
No, still point.
Seriously?
Yeah, because I can't.
Okay.
I guess I can get used to it. I got so used to not having the on-air light, waiting for you to point, but now I can. I'll get used to it. Don't
like
point.
No,
Don't
that's
point.
fine. No, it's
No, your mom told us it was rude to point when we were little. Don't point. Shelly has texted in and said LT's and our shirts are too close together. Is that what they're saying?
Where? Shelly said
From
that?
yesterday's clothing. Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah. So that's what is that what they were talking about? Yeah. We need to change up our shirts more, our wardrobe.
Oh, I'm in trouble then.
Looks like we're wearing exactly the same shirts from yesterday. My
Mine's totally different.
My shirt yesterday was gray and black. It's blue today.
Blue and black today.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think it may be a tent problem on your TV.
A tent problem. When's the last time you've adjusted the tent?
Can you still do that?
Yeah, you still
You
actually
remember you
can.
used to have to do it, though? Sometimes like, the tent's off. I got to adjust it.
Nobody will remember this because you are not old like me, but there was something back in the old tube days that your screen would actually roll occasionally. And you'd have to adjust something. I don't even know what it was. That doesn't even happen now, but your screen would all of a sudden go.
You remember on the VCR, you had to adjust the tracking? Like it was all fuzzy, and you adjust the tracking, and it would just finally be perfect.
Yeah. Those were the old days, man.
Those were the good old days.
Man, we've come a long, long way. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. A couple of injury updates after LT tells you about Precision Sports.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away? Did you tweak a joint? Being a weekend warrior, Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Make sure you call today, 855-219-6200, or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Did Forster throwing the phone to Brown get caught on the air there?
I think so, yeah. I think it was on the camera. It was a completion, though. We're 1 for 1.
And LT, you sort of sense that there was a heavy object close in your airspace behind you?
What that was.
Yeah, that was my phone. I left my phone in another room, and I needed it.
Here's your update. Alabama, Drew Sanders, not playing this weekend. Nick Saban said that last night. He's not going to be available. Big loss, right? Anytime you don't have One of the higher guys in your depth chart at linebacker. It looked pretty bad last week.
You tell me, how did they pressure Zach Calzada Saturday?
Not well.
Very little.
But here's the thing, too. You're not going to get a ton of pressure on Mississippi State quarterbacks, on Will Rogers, because of their system. I mean, that system is designed to limit quarterback pressure. So you're not going to get much pressure on that quarterback either way. You got to be really good in the pass game. So, that's what you're looking at, is not necessarily losing quarterback pressure, but it's what is your loss in covering in the pass game.
Also in college football, I mentioned Tennessee. 2 running backs coming back this weekend, Jabari Small and Tyon Evans, both good to go. So is lineman Cooper Mays. So they're back healthy, at least the Volunteers look to be anyway, in their run game as they get ready to battle Ole Miss this weekend. That was the key matchup for Brownie, and that's our Precision Sports injury update. Tonight in the National Football League, 4-1 Tampa Bay, 2-3 Philadelphia. If you were with us last football season in our former format, LT said throughout the entire season how bad my Tampa Bay Buccaneers were.
I didn't say bad at all.
Okay.
Never said bad.
They were never really
Rockstar,
good.
this goes back to a pre-show conversation in the next round office.
Christ,
no, it does. It goes back to a pre-show conversation. Let me set the conversation up, because here's what Dunaway's doing. Lance, I said, we're watching Sports, and we've got Sports Center on in the office, and they they showing about the game, and I said, Dunaway, are you excited? He goes, we're banged up. Jimmy Poormouth.
We're
They're playing
banged up on the road in the NFL. It's a tough combination.
Lance is like, Dunaway, the Eagles are one of the worst teams in football. You'll be fine. But your team is maybe the 6th best team in the NFC right now.
Not in the NFL, the NFC.
And Dunaway goes, NFC? 6th best in the NFC? Lance goes, yeah, they are.
Team to make the Super
And
Bowl.
then no. And then Lance goes, don't worry, you were last year too. And Dunaway says, we won the Super Bowl. Lance said, I said this about your team last year, and I was right then too. And then we said, we won the Super Bowl. And Lance said, well, I was right up until that point.
But right now, where do you think you stack up in the NFC? I think you're probably 5.
Oh, we've gone up 1 just in the last hour.
I threw an estimate. I said you might be 6, but I think you're probably 5.
Okay, give me. I know the Rams are better. I believe that in my heart.
Well, you're the one that wasted your money on that ticket. The Cardinals are obviously better.
I think the Cardinals are better. I think the Cowboys might be better.
I really personally do not think the Cardinals are better than the Buccaneers.
They were literally 5-0.
Well, we whipped y'all's ass, and they came in and whipped our ass the very next week.
Any given Sunday, I saw the movie.
Okay, I think the Cowboys are better.
Cowboys are better. The Packers are better.
We beat the Cowboys.
Well, that was in the season opening game. Yeah. Yes, teams have changed since then, as you admit.
And by the way, you should have won that game.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you should have or not. But.
If you watched the game, I don't know if you stayed up that late.
31-29.
Shot at my age.
But you'll admit the teams have changed since then. I think Dallas is better now, and I'm not sure your team is as good as they were opening night.
Well, no, we're not. We lose 2 or 3 starters a game. But we have, let's just say we've taken advantage of what would be, I won't offend Mackenzie Milton and call it an AAC schedule.
Yeah.
It's been terrible.
But we've taken advantage of some lesser than strong NFL teams. We beat Dallas on opening night.
Yeah.
Then Atlanta, New England, and Miami. Those are our wins.
Yeah, Miami is playing terrible right now.
And really fortunate to win at New England.
Yeah.
Yep. Fortunate to beat Dallas, Atlanta,
but again,
and Miami.
You guys, what did you start last year? 7-5?
Yep, 7-5, and then won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and then again, I never said. I thought that you guys were a good team. I never saw you winning the Super Bowl. And then look, it takes breaks, but once you got to the NFC playoffs, the game against New Orleans was just amazing. The breaks you got.
Oh, breaks are part of it. Absolutely. Rams, Cardinals, Packers, Cowboys. I wouldn't go Cardinals. Packers, I'll take my shot.
What do you not like about the Cardinals? That team is 5-0, and they have beaten some good football teams.
I just don't trust Kyler Murray late in the year.
Well,
we'll see. He's never had a chance to do it.
Their wins
see what he does in the playoffs.
Yeah, but again, we're just talking about right now. The Cardinals are a better team than you guys right now.
Their wins are at the Titans.
I don't want to sound like Jimmy Alabama, but we only care about trophies in Tampa.
I know. They whipped the Titans on the road to start the season. They beat the Vikings in that shootout that they were fortunate to win. The Vikings missed a game-winning field goal, no doubt. They should probably be 4-1.
38-yard field goal.
They whipped the Jags, they whipped the Rams, and then they beat the 49ers last week.
I feel like I'm landmining the Buccaneers tonight against Philadelphia, but 4-1. Are we asking Tom Brady to do too much? I mean, he's like the play in your daily fantasy right now.
Well, I guess it kind of shows you, and we talked about this before, the lack of run game right now with Bruce Arians' offense. But Tom Brady, to come off 411 yards and 5 touchdowns, something he's never done in his 22 years, and he's on pace now to break the single-season passing record, and he's on pace to break his own touchdown record.
When you've done this 23 times,
that was 14 years ago, by the way, when he was doing all that.
When you do this 23 times, or how many years he's played, 30 years, whatever year he's in, you got to find new things to motivate you. I feel like for Tom Brady, maybe it's the passing record he's trying to break or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting tonight. Buccaneers and Eagles, part of the NFL weekend kickoff tonight, and we'll have a lock on a game a little bit later in the show. This part of the show is being brought to you by the great folks with Alabama Power.
Hey, save energy and money by following some simple tips. Does it take much to notice a big difference? If you got a programmable thermostat, set it to automatically increase the temperature about 10 or 15 minutes before your alarm goes off in the winter, so you can start your day without feeling cold. For more energy-saving tips, visit alabamapower.com/winterize.
Paul claps back and says, hey, Arizona was lucky to win last week versus San Francisco. Luck's part of it.
They've had a couple lucky wins.
In the NFL, I mean, most of these games come down to a possession.
Let's see. Vertical hold is what everyone's saying I was talking about. Thomas, Brett, and everyone's saying there was a horizontal and vertical hold.
I think there was.
On old tube TVs, and that's what you had to adjust occasionally. What would make it start rolling, I would wonder?
I don't know.
And why does it not happen anymore? I guess
it's just those cathode tubes.
All right, Stan White is part of the next hour. And also, at the top of the hour, we'll get into this discussion. An interesting story from Baton Rouge today on the buzz or lack thereof of Florida and LSU at Tiger Stadium this week and what that could mean. What that could mean for Ed Orgeron. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right, where you can get a mortgage anywhere in America.
Yeah, if you're sick of that leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right, they are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They're eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebeham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and our buddy Scott Forrester, who's controlling everything video here for Double Down Media. We appreciate you being with us today on this Thursday. Alabama linebacker Drew Sanders not available per Nick Saban coming up this weekend as the Tide goes to Starkville. Brian Harsin says he hopes to get Owen Popo back as Auburn goes to Arkansas this week. Football tonight, Navy and Memphis, Georgia Southern and South Alabama, both at 6:30 in college. The Bucks and the Eagles going in the NFL tonight, and you have the Dodgers and Giants deciding Game 5. Winners gets the Braves in the National League Championship Series. Legion FC, they clinch a home playoff game with a win last night in soccer here locally. And Team USA with Birmingham-born Chris Richards gets a win last night in World Cup qualifying against Costa Rica. Those are your headlines brought to you by our friends with Nut Dust.
Yeah, redefining the use and feel of all-natural talc. Make sure you get some Nut Dust. You can go to officialnutdust.com. Put in the promo code FALL, F-A-L-L. You will get a great percentage off. It's 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, Wildling, all day, every day. Our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. Again, talc-free, all-natural body powder. Officialnutdust.com. Put in FALL, F-A-L-L, to get that discount.
The headline reads like this in Yahoo today. The level of disinterest between LSU and Florida is alarming. Patrick Kahn writes the story, and it starts off talking about how this series has become a 50-50 coin flip since 2002, 12-12. Before that, Florida had dominated LSU since they started playing this cross-divisional rivalry back in the day. 13 wins for Florida and only 1 win for LSU. But since 2002, it's a 12-12 coin flip. And the writer Patrick Kahn points out that, you know, when you have Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, this one has become more competitive than those two cross-divisional rivals right now. that you play every year in the SEC. The alarming part is ticket prices to get into the game this weekend at Tiger Stadium, well below $50 now. Just get in price.
Sad.
Way below $50. And they do not expect the stadium to be full for Florida and LSU this weekend, even with those dropping ticket prices.
And this
I'll read this line, and then, Brown, I want you to go back to what you always talk about on the show. When you combine a non-competitive team based on the last 2 games with losing money on your football program, something will have to be done sooner rather than later, writes Patrick Kahn.
Now, keep in mind one thing. This is if I'm not mistaken, the first LSU home game since they've dropped the vaccination requirements.
That's right.
As well.
Some people were asking, was that why the crowd was sort of shaky versus Auburn?
Right. So you would think, if anything, the crowd would increase for this game because it's the first time I don't have to show a vaccination card, or if I'm not vaccinated, it's the first time I'm able to even attend a game. This came from Dave Hart when he fired Phil Fulmer. He said it crystallized for him as he was standing on the sidelines of the 2008 Alabama-Tennessee game as the clock was winding down and Rimmer Jammer was being played. And he scanned the stadium and he noticed how many Alabama fans were sitting in Tennessee booster seats. He looked at the good seats, right, the primo seats, and saw crimson everywhere. And he was like, it's not my rank and file fan that is selling a ticket to an Alabama fan. It's my scholarship donor that's selling a ticket to an Alabama fan. I got a problem.
Yeah, but Scott Woodward this weekend won't have that because Florida fans aren't going to travel.
No, but what he'll see is he'll stand on that field and he'll see empty seats in those places.
Well, you saw that against what was strange to me was you had won 3 consecutive games after the UCLA loss, and everything was still in front of you, and you saw that against Auburn.
You did, but again,
for an 8 o'clock night game, this is 11 o'clock, and sometimes in Baton Rouge, 11 o'clock
is too early.
It's too early, right?
Yeah, all the time in Baton Rouge, 11 o'clock is too early. Yes,
yeah, but if it was a huge game, people would show up.
They
right?
would be, yeah. I think when Scott Woodward scans the crowd and he sees the key empty seats, not the upper end zone empty seats, not the Florida return ticket empty seats, but the key empty seats. It'll just be another nail in the coffin, really, for Ed Orgeron.
Look,
and I know you just misspoke, but Mike Hamilton, not Dave Hart, is the one that did
Mike Hamilton,
Fulton.
you're right. Yes.
But this, you mentioned the early start, the third time in the last 10 years that they've had a before noon start in Tiger Stadium. You just don't see this.
Right.
I think the crowd's going to be a disaster.
Yeah. So, give me disaster for you. What's a disaster where you're going to say it's 11 a.m. and what's a disaster where you're going to say a lot of this is Ed Orgeron and we're ready for a change?
Well, I think there's going to be 70,000 people there.
That's a disaster.
Yeah. That's 30,000 plus empty seats.
Yeah.
For LSU Florida.
Yeah,
that
for LSU Florida.
For LSU fans, their biggest rival is Alabama. They want to beat Alabama more than they want to beat anyone. But that LSU Florida rivalry is a big rivalry. It might be, LSU Ole Miss is pretty big for them. LSU Auburn has about. I think LSU Florida is a pretty big rivalry on their scale.
The names that are missing now with Ricks and Stingley and Boutte out, the fact that you just lost by 21 to Kentucky, you've lost back-to-back games, you've got no shot of being in contention in the SEC. You're 3-3. You're going to fire your coach. It's not a good product. I think all of those things line up. And I think LSU fans are going to go to bars and they're going to find something else to do.
So you're it's a given. There's no way he survives the year, Ed Orgeron.
Zero chance.
Okay.
I think he might survive until the end of the year.
Right. Rockstar, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Rockstar's on the phone. It's death knell is like when they ring the bell, right?
Right.
I'm going to try to find it real quick. It was Bruce Feldman's tweet yesterday that, to me, when you start looking for – we've always said this, like there are certain writers at certain schools, like a Cecil at Alabama or a Philip Marshall at Auburn, the guys that have been there. It's not that they're those guys are fantastic writers. It's not that they're the best, but they've been there so long.
Who is it down there? Is it Dellinger? It used to be. Glenn Guilbeau used to be.
Who's with Outkick now. But I was trying to find Bruce's tweet yesterday. Basically, Bruce Feldman, and the reason this is significant is his relationship with Ed Orgeron.
Yeah, back to Meat Market.
He's written 2 books, Meat Market and the one about the national championship. Bruce has done 2 books on Ed Orgeron. And when he basically tweeted yesterday, from talking to people around this, there is no turning back now. It's only a matter of when, not if.
Yeah, when and who are we going to hire?
That's right.
That's what's fascinating.
Yeah, that's when a guy like Bruce Feldman, and Bruce is very careful about his reporting. He's not just going to do that to get clicks. When he tweets that, it's over.
Well, and look, I don't think that Florida's got a chance at losing this game. They're double-digit favorites. And then LSU's got to go to Ole Miss. That offense can't keep up with that. They've got to go to Tuscaloosa, Arkansas. They've still got A&M. Realistically, I mean, you're talking about a disaster. They could lose 8 games this year. They could be 4 and 4-8.
Because their road, like you just said, their road coming up is tough. Here's the quote from Bruce's story, tweeted by The Athletic. Barring a dramatic turnaround in the next few weeks, LSU is headed for a coaching change. When a guy like Bruce says that, a guy that's got a relationship with Ed Orgeron, has written 2 books with and about him, and he says that, I mean, it is. It's not if, it's when. My only question is, if they lose to Florida this weekend, do you let him coach anymore? Like, do you let him coach against Ole Miss? When do you make the move?
Yeah, I've always been one of those that, I mean, just 19 months ago, he won a national championship. I think you let him coach out the season.
Just out of respect.
Out of respect. I mean, I don't know what you get for throwing an interim coach in there.
You get an athletic director that is throwing meat to the wolves, and he is trying to calm a fan base that is beating down his door.
And there's the tweet from The Athletic there. Forrester puts up for us there.
Yeah, so, I mean, do you let him coach at Ole Miss? Do you let him coach at Alabama? I mean, you feel like at Ole Miss and at Alabama, with LSU's defense, Ole Miss will go up and down the field on them.
I just still think Alabama that Orgeron's got a lot of passion for this program.
I don't doubt that.
And I just don't know if you get rid of him in the middle of the season. I don't know what you gain.
Well, the one thing that Ed Orgeron will not do is that he will not mail it in.
Zero chance.
For LSU. He loves the school too much to mail it in. You would worry in some cases that guys would be just cashing a paycheck and not caring, not preparing the team, and not doing anything like that. Ed Orgeron, I don't think, has that in his DNA. Just watch the crowd this weekend. Part of it will be 11 o'clock. Part of it will be just not a lot of buzz for the program. Brown, you made a point last week. Do you let Ed stay through the Ole Miss game if Kiffin is on your list?
And I don't know if Kiffin's on their radar or not. A lot of people have suggested that. I don't know what the game at Alabama did to Kiffin. I don't know what the game against Arkansas. I don't know if he goes up and beats Tennessee. I don't know how that helps or whatever. But Ole Miss is the next opponent they will play next Saturday on CBS, 2:30 CBS, which, by the way, CBS, man.
Boy, they swung and missed on that one, didn't they?
Boy, I mean,
they ended up getting Texas A&M Alabama right,
They
though.
did. I said they probably regretted that one. That is the second most watched game of the college football season was Texas A&M Alabama, only behind Georgia.
But
Clemson.
if Tennessee pulls off, well, it's not even really an upset this weekend against Ole Miss.
Yeah, that takes on some water there. Well, yeah. But I don't know, Jim. I mean, if you're considering Kiffin, the real question is you got a bye week before Alabama. Do you let him go to Bryant-Denny? Do you let him come to Bryant-Denny and take what appears on the surface right now to be an absolute beating?
All right. We got several poll questions out for you today, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment. Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information, or cowan.com.
Tell me what's happening here in this poll question. First 200 or so votes in, not at the top, but at the bottom, okay? We asked the question, first half Coach of the Year national, and we give you 4 coaches to choose from.
All right.
You could have thrown Kirby Smart in here, but I think it would have ran away with it. You could have thrown other people in. Mark Stoops, Luke Fickell, Mel Tucker, Kirk Ferentz. How do you think our viewers are ranking this?
Oh, I think Mark Stoops leads because we're in SEC country.
I think Mel Tucker is probably number 2.
It is. You guys are spot on. Mark Stoops, 48%. Mel Tucker, 22%. Kirk Ferentz is 18%. Luke Fickell is 10%. Tell me what's going on the bottom of the poll here.
I think we've got a lot of people here who view 2 classes of citizens in college football, and Luke Fickell coaches in the lower class of citizenship.
Well, I think the 2 big games that were on the schedule, Indiana and Notre Dame, ended up, I know Notre Dame's only got that 1 loss, but those 2 teams aren't nearly what a lot of people believe they would be coming into the year. If Notre Dame's, well, their 1 loss is Cincinnati, but if they look better in their wins, and if Indiana only had 1 loss, I think this would look a lot different.
Yeah, I think people respect, or at least listeners to us, people in our most of our listenership, respect a job a Power 5 coach has to do more. They feel like Luke Fickell only has to get his team up for a couple games a year.
I think there's some
fair
of that.
Or not, that's what they
but
feel
I
like.
also think that coming into the year, we had Cincinnati, a lot of people as a preseason top 10 team.
Yeah.
The other teams, Kentucky,
Correct.
Michigan State, and Iowa, there wasn't that expectation.
Yeah, good point. Ask another question. This happened to me at breakfast the other day. I don't care when someone offers, we were at a breakfast and it was like, do you want jelly or jam with your biscuit?
Do you know what the difference is?
Yeah.
We've discussed this. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rockstar.
Yeah.
Can I?
You can do it.
No, don't.
Let's don't. It's a good punchline.
I didn't care, and I know there's a difference, but I really don't care. Jelly or jam.
Is there much of a difference? Though,
One is
really?
made from fruit juice, one is made from fruit, right?
Close
So-
your eyes. You probably can't tell the difference.
Yeah. I prefer jam because I think it spreads easier.
I think the texture's really close. Yeah, the jelly can
The glob.
gelatin up a little
kind
bit.
of globs.
Yeah. I don't like preserves because it actually has.
Ooh, I like preserves.
No, I can't stand it because it's
Oh,
too
it's
much
so
of the
good. I like
fruit
it.
is in there. You can't spread it.
I like preserves.
So I prefer jam over jelly.
I know. I have no idea where this is going, by the way. Do you?
Well,
guys?
I just
I
asked the
really don't.
question. When eating a biscuit, do you care if it is jam or jelly that is offered to you?
What do they say?
40% said really the same to me. And that's where I am, right? 27 preferred jelly. 17% said preferred jam.
I don't think I've ever been offered that.
And 15% said, wait, there's a difference?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people don't know there's a difference. Now,
Have you been offered that, Brown?
Not really. I don't go to the uppity places like Jim.
Well, I'm a big breakfast guy.
Yeah, I don't really eat a lot of breakfast. I don't like breakfast food all that much. So, but the correct answer, and I don't know where this one falls. One of our listeners said the correct answer is apple butter, and he is spot on. I don't know.
That's really good.
I don't know if apple butter is jelly or jam. Which one is it? Or a preserve? What is apple butter?
Apple butter?
Yeah.
Apple butter
Where do
is
we-
it's a spread.
I agree, but I don't know if you had to put it in jelly, jam, or preserve. I don't know where you put it. I don't think it's preserved
I think it's butter. It's a flavored butter.
no, I don't think
Like there's one place I go that has it's butter made out of cane sugar. It's butter with cane sugar in it, and it's a nice little spread as well. But it's like your
breakfast routine on the weekends kills me.
You eat more breakfast.
You
than
really
I
do.
I love a good breakfast. Does anybody else like a good breakfast?
I really don't.
I don't
could
either.
take it or leave it.
I can take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I could eat a bowl of cereal for like.
Trip with me in the chat room. Jam is better than jelly right there. Corey, back to your question, Brown. You possibly stick with a coach you know can't get the job done without catching lightning in the bottle. That's why you go ahead and cut Coach O loose, that he could get this team hot, motivated down the stretch.
He can't get them hot, and that's why I think if I'm Scott Woodward, I don't worry about that.
That's why Les Miles got fired. I've always said that. When Les Miles got fired right after the Auburn game, it wasn't because LSU people thought he was going to go 6-6. They were afraid he was going to go 9-3 or 8-4, and he was going to be that borderline coach that it's going to be hard to fire at the end of the year. So everybody's PO'd about the outcome of the Auburn game. Boom, let's do it right now. And that's how Orgeron got this job, by the way, because he had a team that was good enough to get 8 or 9 wins.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point.
That's why you're in this situation, is because you pulled the trigger on Les, fearing he could get them to 8-3 or 9-4.
Kevin says Brown's got to be eliminated from the breakfast discussion because he requests limp bacon when he eats breakfast.
That is true.
So he knows nothing about breakfast.
That is weird, though.
I do not like my bacon. I like it almost raw. Like you.
Do you like it with a lot of fat on it, too?
I do, yeah.
Oh,
It's got good taste in it. Yeah.
And everyone is saying apple butter is neither jam, jelly, or preserves. It's butter like peanut butter and almond butter and apple butter.
I never knew this. Rockstar pulled it up. It says it's a concentrated form of applesauce. I had no idea. It's just basically thicker applesauce.
And there's no butter in it at all?
Oh, there's got to be butter in it, yeah. I have no idea.
We learn things on this show
all the time.
Every day. I love that fact that we can jump into
It
something
doesn't
like
say
that.
it's got butter in it.
Yeah, I don't think it's got butter in it. I think that's just what they call it, Jimmy.
All right. We're working towards Stan White, who's coming up in our next segment. We'll talk to Stan about Auburn's trip up to Arkansas, what possibly getting Owen Popo would mean for that defense as they battle a physical Arkansas Razorback team that approached 100 plays and scoring 51 points in a loss at Ole Miss last week. Stan's on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka. Hey, when you're rolling around eating great breakfast, good place to start is a mimosa or maybe a Greyhound early in the morning.
A Greyhound, locally owned and operated.
Never heard of it.
Boy, Dunaway is going old school today. I need a big breakfast. I need some jelly or jam. I need a
Bring me my newspaper.
Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from that corn, which not only provides it's gluten-free, but also the smooth finish. It doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin. Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont.
Is this you at breakfast, Dunaway?
Did you see the family circles this morning, honey?
Stock prices are up.
You take the paper to the shitter, too.
That Marmaduke is a funny dog. Stan White next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com sleep.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
We're back with you on The Next Round as we roll on, and it's time for Rockstar's viewing menu a little bit later in the show. Stan White in a second. Stan there yet, Rocky?
Yep.
I missed the signal.
He's
So
there.
we'll talk a little Auburn football with Stan White after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's. Remember, it's the holiday season that's approaching. That silver box says it all.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Stop in 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Stan White with us now. He is on the Pepsi hotline, the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst on the Auburn Sports Network. He'll be heading to Fayetteville, Arkansas over the weekend. What's up, Stan? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks a lot. Look, I mean, that Georgia game obviously, didn't go well. How much of that, if you're an Auburn player or Auburn coach, can you just flush? How much of it do you have to use as a learning experience? Those seem to be tricky situations for coaches, not wanting to harp too much on playing a dominant team like that, but you can't just flush everything, I would assume.
No, the one thing that you can look at and go back and watch it is a lot of these were just physical, drop balls or just a physical thing. These are things that you rep it and try to, correct it. The thing about it is it's a lot harder sometimes to correct the mental side of things if you're making a lot of mental errors. And I didn't see a whole lot of that other than just the physical part. You had a couple of key drops that you keep drives alive. Late in the half, you had one of those. It was a questionable non-call on a PI, but those don't win or lose you games. But it sure would help to get one to extend the drive, because then you go in at half maybe 17-10 instead of 17-3. But that happens in a game, and so what I look at is they Georgia obviously has got one of, if not the best defense in America. So it's one of those where, okay, Auburn, you look at it and say, well, Auburn's offense wasn't very good. Well, Georgia's defense is pretty daggum good. So they've done that to a lot of teams, not just Auburn. So you got to get back to look and see what you can do better on the ground game. When you have opportunities at the receiver position, you got to connect. You got to throw it. You got to catch it. You got to move the chains. And so a lot of these things they focus on is correctable. You just got to do it now.
Stan, coming into the season, I thought Tank Bigsby you could make an argument one of the top 2, 3, 4 running backs in college football. In the first 3 weeks, he goes 100+. Last 3 weeks combined, 115 yards. Is Tank not 100%? Is this offensive line? I mean, what do you read into this?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think, Brian Harson's getting asked that as well about his health. Is he 100% or whatever? And he maintains that, he is. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I do know one thing: the emergence of Jarquez Hunter has been a bright spot, because Sean Shivers has really become more of that third down out of the backfield type of receiver. But yeah, I mean, Tank had a really good run on the goal line last week. It was really a great individual effort, and I do look for when they're in the heart of their SEC schedule now. And I see him getting more and more touches throughout the season, unless he gets banged up, unless he gets hurt. But this is a guy, special special back. He's one of those that you'd go into the season and say, man, if he can you need to get him 15 to 20 touches a game, and he did. He started out really well, but I don't know if it's the Jarquez Hunter's emergence or whatever has caused him not to get as many touches. And also the one thing too is Auburn has been a slower starting team. They've gotten behind. So it kind of takes away your ability to just run and play smash mouth ball as well. So that's one thing as well. They've got to get a faster start. They had a great start against Georgia and just didn't connect in the end zone on that first drive. Those little things like there, I mean, those things, you go down and take it 70-something yards and put the ball in the end zone, and that has not happened on Georgia very much at all. So, things like that, you just got to take advantage of opportunities.
Getting Owen Popo back, would mean what for this defense?
Oh, that would be huge. I mean, this is a guy he's been a starter since he stepped on campus. And Jacoby is a phenomenal player and doing a great job, and Chandler Wooten has stepped in as well. But getting a guy like Owen back, who has been a starter as a true freshman, he's a high IQ guy. He's really smart in the classroom and the football field, and so that would be huge to be able to get him back. And those, I'm going to say it's a lower leg extremity, I don't know, it's high ankle or whatever. Those things can last, a long time. You can be back in 2 weeks, you can be back in 2 months. It's just it's a tricky type of injury.
Stan White is with us on the Pepsi hotline. A guy like Sam Pittman, he's getting a whole lot of respect for what he's done, and I think it's justified respect, Stan. But it feels like a lot of it is, and you were kind of around for this with Terry Bowden. You had struggled the last year under Pat Dye. Terry Bowden comes in, and it felt like, not that you didn't have good players. Y'all had really good players, and Arkansas does too. But it felt like just the change of attitude, just a fresh perspective, a fresh fire or whatever, kind of propelled you guys to that 93 season. I could be reading that totally wrong, but it felt like that's a little bit of what Sam Pittman has, and I wonder, with 2 straight losses, how difficult is that to keep going?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Whenever you have a new philosophy, new coaching change or whatever. Now, speaking for the 93 bunch, not as much for the Arkansas bunch, but there was a lot of experience and talent, skill in certain positions where you need to be able to have success. And I'm not just saying me being a 3-year starter going into that year. I'm talking left tackle Wayne Gandy, James Bostic. You're talking about guys on defense, Calvin Jackson. Right? I mean, these guys have been through the fire. And so, Terry inherited a really veteran group with some good coaches, mind you. Jimbo Fisher, Tommy Bowden, Wayne Hall, Joe Witt. I mean, those guys, you're talking about an all-star staff. And so we were able to put it all together based off that kind of new attitude, new philosophy. And that's what it looks like Pittman has done. He's gotten these kids to buy in. I watched them more against Texas probably. And I'm going to tell you what, their ground game was just ground and pound. They were able to just put the ball. And then, of course, their quarterback can run as well. And so I think just Arkansas went, 2 years without winning a conference game maybe?
Yeah.
And so, these guys were probably down and maybe lacking a little bit of confidence, and Sam comes in there, kind of one of those underdog coaches. I mean, he admits that he's never been a head coach, and he's given this opportunity for a dream position, and they've kind of taken on his personality. And I personally like the guy a lot. I mean, I think he's a really good coach, great motivator. I'm anxious. I'm looking forward to seeing if Auburn can bounce back, and then of course if Arkansas can. They had a tough loss in a great game last week. So, it's going to be a good game.
You mentioned the Arkansas quarterback, and when I first heard the comparison, KJ Jefferson looks like Cam Newton, I laughed. But the more I watch him evolve and become a better quarterback week to week, he's not as big as Cam, but he's still 6'3", 245. This guy can play. You watch Cam a lot. Does KJ Jefferson remind you at all of Cam Newton? I know he's got a long way to go, but he does have a lot of upside.
Yeah, their bodies, like you said, their bodies are a little different. I mean, Cam's bigger, and Cam was built like just a tight end, a freak, and that can just happen to be able to throw the ball and run it and be able to. And Cam, really, we didn't know what we had with Cam until really that South Carolina game. They played Clemson, beat them in overtime, and had some good moments. And then that South Carolina game, man, Cam ran for $150 and threw for another 2-something. We're like, my goodness, where'd this come from? And so that's the thing with Jefferson. I mean, this is a guy who's he wasn't a starter last year, did well, and he's had spurts, but then he's come on and you can see the confidence building in him, and he can make the throws, but also, his legs and being able to run it. Last week against Ole Miss, I mean, they were scoring at will, 103 points, I guess, and both teams were. And that last run, one of the last runs he had for a touchdown where he got hit around the 6 and just kind of carried 3 or 4 guys in, that was impressive. I mean, it was. And guys like that are good athletes, you can see the confidence when they are involved in the run game. You can see their confidence overall in that quarterback position.
If Sean Clifford doesn't get hurt, I believe Penn State wins last week, and Auburn's losses would be to number 1 and number 2 in the country. Instead, it's to number 1 and number 7. You have lost in a close game at a whiteout prime time at Penn State. You won late night on the road at Tiger Stadium. You lose to number 1 Georgia at home. You're going to Arkansas. Nothing can surprise this team anymore with those three scenarios. Does that gauntlet beat you down? Does it give you confidence? Is that as much the attitude in the locker room? Tell me about the mindset of this team going on the road this weekend.
Yeah, I think it should give you confidence. I mean, you go into Happy Valley on a whiteout, and they have, one a year? And they saved it for the SEC opponent instead of a Big Ten rival. And you lose that one in just basically heartbreaking fashion at the end. And like you said, they win last weekend. They're in the top 2 or 3. And then, of course, you lose to a Georgia team at home where, in all respects, you have a couple of plays here and there, and at least you're in the game, late third, early fourth quarter. And so, I think it should give you confidence. And I think, Brian Harson's probably tried to harp that on them. But listen, guys, we played against two top 10 teams, played them good. Georgia pulled away at the end, but we get a couple of plays where we can execute and a couple of calls here and there. Then all of a sudden it's a 10 or 14 point game late in the game instead of 34-10. So it should. I mean, halfway point of the year, like you said, you get the monkey off your back and winning in Baton Rouge. Hadn't done that in a while, and then you've got, of course, it doesn't get easier; it gets harder. But still, it should give you confidence to be able to go on the road, play an early game against a good Arkansas team, a resurgent Arkansas team, and then of course you get off, and then you got Ole Miss who they score when you blink, and then of course you got ended up with State and Alabama and South Carolina. So those are games that they should be able to take that experience factor from and say, look, man, we can play with anybody if we can execute.
Stan, after watching that Georgia defense, better defense, 2021 Georgia or 1989 Viger?
I thought you were going to say 92 Bama. You threw a curveball.
It was actually the 88 Viger team.
88, okay.
So, hey, Mitch Davis, who played at Georgia, of course, Roosevelt Patterson that played at Alabama, Kevin Lee, and that was man. But I tell you what, we were the only team to score a touchdown on them in the whole playoffs.
Hey, so, didn't you guys go up 7-0, and then I forgot what the final score was?
41-7.
No. We were never up in that game.
Okay.
No, we actually did. We scored right before the half to make it 21-7. And so, but now we had a chance to get in the end zone again, and we threw a little wheel route in the back corner of the end zone, and it was a little bit of a jump ball, and their guy out jumped us. We got an interception on it. So we played them. We played them as good as anybody, I guess. They put up goose eggs against everybody else. That was a good football team. Now I tell you what, a lot of people trying to compare this Thompson team to them. I don't know. It's hard to compare generations like that are so separated apart. But that Viger bunch was a good bunch. They were a good ball club. I can tell you that.
So when a quarterback says that he threw what was pretty much a jump ball, is that a bad pass by you, or was it intended to be a jump ball?
Oh, you know what? I'll own it. It was.
He didn't say I threw an interception. He detailed that play.
I'll own that one. It was a. I shouldn't have thrown the pass. I was like, well, I didn't realize that their athletes versus our athletes, I should not have thrown the pass. I was like, I'm going to give my receiver a chance. And I actually gave their DB more of a chance.
Thrown well to him, though. How about Coach White's team tonight? Who you got tonight with John Carroll?
We've actually, interesting. We're getting our numbers up over there, and we've got our first ever 7th grade only game tonight. So
how about that?
It's a big night for us. We got better and bigger numbers, and we're continuing to grow. So, oddly enough, you just mentioned that. The touchdown I threw in that Viger game was to one Scott McFadden, who played receiver for Terry Bowden at Samford. He and I coached together over at John Carroll. So small world. Yeah. His boy is the starting quarterback for the varsity, and he's got an older. His oldest son is actually starting defensive lineman over there. And so we've coached together over there. But we got a 7th grade game, first one ever tonight against Corner, and then tomorrow night we get the opportunity to play one. Pleasant Grove.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to try to sneak 14 guys out there at a time on each side of the ball. See if they'll let us do that.
Well, Stan will also be up in Fayetteville, Arkansas for Auburn and Arkansas, straight out of the chute on CBS, 11 o'clock early kick. So Stan with jam or jelly on his biscuit for breakfast. Which one do you prefer, jam or jelly, if you're up in Fayetteville? Do you care?
I'm a jelly guy. I'm a jelly guy.
Stan down for jelly.
I will be going to Herman's Steakhouse tomorrow night. If you've never been there, I'm sure y'all probably tried to be there. It's legit. If you get to Fayetteville, Arkansas, you got to go to Herman's.
I like the way you think we don't have enough pull to get into Herman's.
Well, hey,
I was eating at Herman's when you were shoveling snow of that '93 game.
When you were throwing interceptions to Viger, Dunaway was eating Herman's.
Hey, Stan, is Doe's Eat Place still is that still a thing in Fayetteville?
Yeah, I think so. It's on the strip down there, right on campus almost. I've eaten at Doe's as well. I like Doe's. Don't get me wrong, but Herman's is my go-to. I mean, it's if you've been there, and Dunaway will know this. I mean, they got checkerboard tablecloths. It looks. I mean, if you didn't think any better, it looked a little bit like a crack house. But I'm gonna tell you what, you'll have a wait. There's no question. You'll have a wait for it, and they got the best, ribs and pork chops and steaks you'll put in your mouth.
All right, that is Stan White. Hear him on the Auburn Sports Network bright and early in Fayetteville. Thank you, Stan. Safe travels.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Stan White with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Auburn taking on Arkansas.
All right, JD is with us up in Huntsville. JD, welcome to the show, man. You're on the next round. How are you doing today?
Hey, good. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Listen, you guys were talking about Coach O and what are they going to do with him in terms of, letting him go and letting him coach the season. You guys know if they kind of know, they can't let him coach against Alabama because if some miracle happens and he wins, then they can't fire him.
You're right about that. I mean, that was the fear with Les Miles, is that he was going to get that team to 8-4. Well, you look after he was fired, Orgeron went 6-2. So they were justified in that fear that Miles was actually probably going to have one of those records that was going to be tough to fire him. And you're right. And Lance asked this, JD, if you let a guy hang around and he catches lightning in a bottle and pulls a miracle, what happens?
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Even if he beat Alabama, it's still probably a 6-6 team. Just because he beats Alabama doesn't mean he retains his job.
I'll tell you, JD, I've been watching all the aftermath and the video last night of the call-in coaches show with Jimbo Fisher and all that this week. That's a team that broke a 2-game losing streak to beat Alabama, and they are celebrating out there still to last night like they won the national championship. So I agree with you. It would be a huge deal.
I mean, just look at Gus Malzahn. The only reason that he could hang around as long as he did at Auburn is because every time he beat Alabama, he gets 2 more years.
You're right. Every time Gus was getting close to the hot seat, he'd find a way to win 8, 9, 10, or really 9, 10 games to beat Alabama. And he never could beat Georgia.
But Gus never went 6-6.
He did not.
Yep. JD, man, good point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the phone
he's
call.
right, though. You pull a miracle, you never know what happens.
All right. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. LT got the procedure done years ago, and now he sees through walls 19 years later.
Don't necessarily see through walls, but I do have really good vision, 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made years and years ago. Call Dr. Mark Michelson, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision, located UAB Highlands. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Michelson Laser Vision changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Make the phone call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Brandon Marcello coming up at the top of the hour. What Nick Saban says about pride of performance. He talked last night after practice. You'll hear that on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Rockstar's viewing menu every day is brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art. Congratulations to all the winners through the first 6 weeks of the season and our New Life Art giveaway. Don't forget, as you start watching football tonight or head to the games Friday night with high school or Saturday for the colleges, take those pictures and send them to us on Monday, and we've got a great gift from New Life Art waiting for a weekly winner.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Make the call today for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also view his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
HBO Max released a new documentary this morning. What happened to Brittany Murphy?
She died, right?
Yes, she did die.
But it's interesting how
sad. It was drugs.
Yeah, but to be so fascinated by, I mean, what was she? Clueless and
Clueless, 8 Mile.
It's just interesting how she became such a huge thing.
It was a movie she was in, Ashton Kutcher, and
of course Dunaway Goes romantic comedy.
And it was a romantic comedy. They'd been married. They go to Europe.
No, I've seen that.
But she was a cute girl.
She was, but to be such a big thing to have a whole documentary about what happened to Brittany Murphy. Anyway, that's on HBO.
It's very sad.
HBO Max. And then 8 p.m. on, I don't have the channel, but I'm going to tell you, Do you remember the movie All Is Lost with Robert Redford?
Nope.
Lance?
Nope. Only Robert Redford?
No, I saw it, and I told you I watched it. There's not... So I jumped in right when he hit the thing in the Indian Ocean.
Right.
But there wasn't one word of dialogue, and I watched the entire thing to see that really all was lost.
Yeah. So imagine that. There's a movie called Arctic with Mads Mikkelsen. It's almost the exact same thing. He's like a helicopter pilot that goes down in the Arctic, and he has to survive for months to try to find. And we tried to watch it about 3 or 4 months ago. We got 35 minutes where it's like he finds somebody that he drags him around to help him survive. There's no dialogue. It's just him looking at his watch, and his eyebrows are frozen.
I did think all was lost. You guys would absolutely hate it. I know that shocks you. I thought the performance was so good, and I've said this about Tom Hanks before, to be able to act in a film like that and not have dialogue to be able to throw off on somebody, it shows you how good of an actor Robert Redford was. He was nominated for Academy Award, and that was 7-8 years ago.
But also the fact with Tom Hanks, he had dialogue. At least talk to yourself. Give us something where, like, you're at least with Wilson, we have to have some kind of dialogue.
He talked to a volleyball.
Yeah, but when he made Fire, he would talk to himself. But Robert Redford does not say a word.
Do you guys ever talk to yourself? I know Dunaway does.
I do. I tell you that all the time.
Yeah.
You don't tell me that all the time.
Well, I always think you're in the room when I'm telling you.
Okay. He talks to his closet. Remember?
I talk to my clothes sometimes. Robert Redford's best movie. I assume it's not Indecent Proposal.
I would
think
go
Butch
Sting.
Cassidy is really good. The Sting.
The Sting or Butch Cassidy. One
What
of the
about-
He
was
and
he-
Paul Newman were so good
All
together.
the President's Men, really good. What's
Color of Money?
He was not in that.
He wasn't? Didn't play pool?
No. You
That's
probably
Paul
You're
liked.
thinking of.
I think it was Paul Newman.
You
Yeah.
Paul
probably
Newman,
liked
yeah.
Indecent Proposal.
I just said that. Indecent
Okay.
Proposal was when Robert Redford. That was the first movie I
I
thought
mean,
of.
as a kid, I loved The Natural. I mean, maybe it doesn't hold up. I haven't watched it in a long time. But
I mean, it holds up a little bit. I mean, there's obviously some.
I remember as a kid thinking Wilford Brimley and that skinny old man that were in it were so funny together.
My favorite scene from that movie is
Richard Hawthorne, by the way.
Is that what it is?
they stop the train, and Redford gets off and strikes out Babe Ruth.
That's right. They couldn't
Joe
call him
Don
Babe.
Baker.
Yeah, Joe Don Baker. They couldn't call him the Babe. They called him something else.
But
in
you
that
knew
movie.
what it was.
You knew exactly it was
And
Babe Ruth.
Barbara Hershey was going to take him out
That's
until
right.
Robert Redford struck him out. But it ended up working out because, he wasn't going to get to swing the stick. He was just going to pitch.
That's right.
When's the last time you heard Barbara Hershey?
She was in that.
Glenn Close was in that movie.
Yeah.
That was good. That
That's
came
a good
out when we
flick.
were kids, and I thought it
Absolutely.
was
Loved
really,
it.
really good.
All right. That's what Rockstar's watching tonight in our New Life Art viewing menu as we get ready for football returning tonight. A couple of big recruiting notes yesterday. Georgia gets a 4-star tight end. Oscar Delp from the state of Georgia says no to South Carolina, Clemson, and Michigan. So a big get from Georgia. They are really good at tight end depth right now. Kentucky gets a 4-star wide receiver, Jaden Gibson, over Miami. A couple of recruiting notes there. Real quickly, I don't have my crisp $1 bill ready like Reese Davis does on College Game Day. The team that is leading the country in points per game right now.
Pittsburgh.
Yep, that is the correct answer. Pittsburgh. Does that surprise you?
Give him a dollar.
Where's my dollar?
I told you, I literally said I don't have my crisp $1 bill ready.
Kenny Pickett's playing really good football. So it doesn't surprise me because he is, under the radar, one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
Yeah, I guess they evaluated him as a 4th or 5th rounder coming into this year, and now he is one of those guys that has made a monstrous leap. A lot of people believe he's going to be a first-round guy the way he's playing. He's got a difficult game on the road this week, though. This is one of those sneaky, tricky games. I know you talked about possibly putting this in your upset alert. Virginia Tech, coming off really tough loss to Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
I think this could be a spot where Kenny Pickett, I think he still puts up yards, but I could see Pittsburgh lose this game.
And you wonder, too, if they're looking ahead to Clemson.
Yeah, that is the key
They'll
there.
look ahead, yep.
And people are starting to talk Pickett, maybe in one of those 3 or 4 chairs at the Heisman Trophy with the numbers he's putting up. One of those guys getting a voter on the ballot. So all that can pile up to a big letdown. And you have the coach, Narduzzi, is saying, hey, we're not getting any respect. I don't see a lot of respect being put on Pittsburgh's name at being 4-1.
Well, should we put respect on Pittsburgh's name yet?
I mean, their best win is who? Tennessee?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Well, it was a fun game.
No, it was a fun game. Tennessee played all 4 early. Actually, I think if Tennessee, this is, hindsight 2020, if Tennessee were already to the Hendon Hooker era, they probably win that game. If you watch that game, Pitt had a horrific start, and Joe Milton had, it seemed like 3 or 4 deep balls for touchdowns and missed every single one of them.
Yeah, look, I do think Pittsburgh believes in themselves, but, they they lost to Western Michigan.
That is their one loss, a Western Michigan team that is full of super seniors. But 52.4 points per game is what Pittsburgh is doing this year, leading the country. But they're in a little bit of an upset alert this week as they battle Virginia Tech over in Blacksburg. Rockstar has Nick Saban queued up from last night. Pride in performance is something Nick Saban has been preaching all week. If you followed Nick Saban since he arrived in Tuscaloosa, he uses these news conferences, his Hey Coach show, to get messages to the team, to the fans, to whomever. And the preaching point this week is pride in your performance.
I have pride in performance too, not just for the defense, but for our whole team. And it's very upsetting to me when the team doesn't play well, because I feel like it's my responsibility and I should be affecting people. I'm talking about players and coaches and everybody in the organization in a way that, our team is well prepared so that they can go out there and play well. So that's, I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes to that, and it's really, really, tough when you don't feel like you got things done the way you'd like for them to be done.
I think there is something refreshing when you see the guy who's the best to do it of all time to be self-aware and turn the spotlight back on him, that he doesn't feel like he has impacted everyone in the organization the way he should have leading into that Texas A&M game.
You know what game this reminds me of? It's not 100% analogous, but you know what game this reminds me of? Think back to 2014 Alabama Texas A&M, and let me lay out the scenario for you why it reminds me of this game. Alabama had gone to Vaught-Hemingway and lost to Ole Miss. If you remember at the game, I think it was O.J. Howard was the tight end.
Right.
Sims was trying to get it to him at the end.
Bo Wallace was quarterback for Ole Miss.
Bo Wallace, all those things, right? That was crazy. They go to Arkansas and beat Arkansas 14-13.
Yeah, real
Very
struggle.
fortunate. Yeah. Very fortunate to win that game. And the offense had struggled.
Couldn't get the ball to Amari Cooper.
And the fan base was low for that one-loss Alabama team. And they come back to Bryant-Denny and beat the ever-loving you-know-what out of Texas A&M, who was 21 in the country, beat them 59-0. And I remember that Texas A&M game because a lot of people would question Alabama's mental. Are they plugged in mentally? In that A&M game, there was a lot of jumping around and celebrating after big plays, and the crowd got into it because of that. That's what this state game reminds me of.
You know what I kind of remember about that? We had Phil Savage. We were doing a show from Talladega, and we had Savage on the show. And my big play that weekend was Alabama against A&M, and Savage was like, I think A&M might give them all they've got.
Well,
just
that's
based
what that team
on the
looked
way
like,
Alabama was playing.
Yep.
And then that was a bloodbath. I think it was like a pick six immediately or something.
59-0. I mean, they were never in it.
And then that's when, since that point from that Arkansas game on, Alabama's offense really hasn't struggled.
That's about the last time they got mired down, 14-13.
But what's surprising about Nick Saban's comments there is, didn't we all say going into last week Alabama was going to be flat? You've got to make sure you're not flat coming off that Ole Miss win. And they practiced flat.
Yep.
They played flat. And they lost flat.
Yep. And what's always amazing is that people like you even said earlier in the week, flat. And they ended up still being flat.
Yeah, and normally that's not Nick Saban finds a way to get those guys motivated. I don't think they'll be flat this weekend. I think this is a tricky game, though. I don't know why.
Well, it's Mike Leach, and Mike Leach is like, the old guerrilla warfare of college football, right? Maybe not going to win a national championship ever,
right,
but can absolutely end up costing you a game or two. He's sitting there always waiting in the trees to pick you off.
That's right. That's what he is, and it's a tricky offense that when it clicks, it's hard.
Well, and watching the secondary and the lack of pressure up front last week, if Will Rogers has time against that secondary, they'll have some success. Yeah. Now, on the flip side, Bryce Young is going to have an opportunity against that Mississippi State secondary. He's got to make those throws.
Brandon Marcello on the other side. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work. or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from, great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
There's not a better place to watch the big games with a great atmosphere than right there at Walk-Ons, Highway 280 and 119, and coming soon near the Hoover Met. The Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. You can download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh from scratch. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, you know, as I continue to battle this age thing, there are certain people in our lives that I think look younger than when I first met them.
Right.
Nick Saban is one of those people who looks younger than the first time I met Nick Saban, even at this point. The guy we got coming up, Brandon Marcello, is one of those guys. I think Brandon Marcello is in the Nick Saban lifeline of looking younger. Every time I see Brandon Marcello, he looks younger than the last time I saw Brandon. He's coming up in just a second. This show is being brought to you in part this hour by our friends at Champy's Chicken right on 119 in Alabaster. If you're heading to Montevallo or to a big game at Thompson or heading to Jordan-Hare or Bryant-Denny, win your tailgate with the wonderful folks at Champy's world-famous chicken. Sterling, family-owned right there in Alabaster on 119. Wonderful fried chicken, po' boys, the tenders. I love the chicken on the stick. It's easy to eat at your tailgate. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, it's all at champyschicken.com.
All right, so Dunaway has been eyeballing Brandon Marcello
really
on our preview screen.
I see the big screen, the youthful Brandon Marcello.
Let's go. There he is. Hello, Brandon. He's on the Pepsi hotline. How are you?
Wow, that's quite the compliment. I mean, hey, losing weight helps, and then also good lighting, even though I don't have my lighting on.
No, we were talking about how good it looks, actually. We were watching on the preview screen here. We were commenting on your weight loss. How much are you down? Do you mind me asking?
I'm down unofficially 99 pounds, but I think it's 98. I'm almost to 100.
Good for you, man. Yeah. That is awesome. Congrats.
Looking at your setup there, we were wondering, does Alfred have your bat suits over to the right of you? Is the Batmobile parked to the left? I like the setup.
Yeah, it does look like I'm in a cave, but I'm actually, upstairs in a very bright room, a very big room, but I would like a cave. My last office I painted the walls iron ore, and my wife was like, iron ore, it's dark black in here. I go, no, it's a little off black. It's iron.
Yeah, not quite. Yes.
I said yesterday or one day, I can't keep up with them, Brandon, on the show, that Michigan State, and I think Mel Tucker is your coach of the year, at least through the halfway point. I am just shocked at what Michigan State's been able to do. They've taken advantage of Kenneth Walker, getting him out of the portal. What is your biggest surprise halfway through the season?
Michigan State is certainly one of them. My biggest surprise is not necessarily a team. It's just that we don't have a clear-cut favorite to win the national championship right now. And it seems like for the last several years, at some point at the halfway point, we kind of had an idea. Even though LSU in 2019, we were still not waiting, but kind of feeling them out, making sure it wasn't false hope there. But I think that when you're looking for teams that have surprised, Michigan State's one of them. Kentucky is one of them to a certain extent, though I think Kentucky's about to fall back to earth this week at Georgia. But, just the parity we're seeing right now, which I think is fantastic for the sport because, Alabama fans don't want to hear that because they just want to be, champions every year. But that's not what's good for the sport. We have some parity going on right now. And I think – you look at any team in the top 15 right now, one of those teams that's in the top 15 that's not near the top 4 right now is going to be in the playoff this year with the way everything's shaking out.
I'll paint my bald head with a big bulldog on top real quick and ask you, why do you think Georgia's not the obvious favorite to win the national championship? You say it's still a big race. Why are you not buying Georgia?
I buy Georgia, but I don't buy Kirby Smart. I don't trust his personnel decisions week to week. Seems like he doesn't quite know what's going on at quarterback every single week. Obviously, they're dealing with a injury right now to JT Daniels, but if they get in a tight game, do I trust Kirby Smart in Georgia to pull it out? I'm not certain. And Stetson Bennett, listen, great story. Everybody's going to talk that up over and over and over again as they keep winning, but he does not have the elite arm talent that you see from JT Daniels and that you've seen in college football that requires, when you get close to the postseason, you get in these tight games, you require a quarterback to push the ball down the field against elite defenses. Georgia has not had to do that yet. They have not faced an elite defense where their offense was being able to score as well. Clemson is about as close as a game as they've been in that situation. And we know now that Clemson's offense is terrible. So until I see that, and maybe it happens against Florida, because I think Florida will be their toughest test until they get to the SEC championship game, we'll see. But I'm hesitant until JT Daniels is healthy, back on the field, and has a few games under his belt. Otherwise, I keep looking at Georgia with kind of like, it seems like they have everything, but I keep waiting for something bad to happen.
Brandon Marcello is with us on the Pepsi hotline. He is part of 24/7 Sports at Marcello. 247sports.com is where you get his work. It would be the most Gus Malzahn thing ever to lose to Navy and turn around and beat Cincinnati. They're 3-touchdown underdogs, though, Brandon. I mean, I don't know who's going to challenge it. Maybe SMU. Who's going to challenge Cincinnati on this remaining schedule?
Yeah, and UCF's been dealing with a lot of injuries. Dylan Gabriel's been out at quarterback. Their top running back's out. Their top defensive lineman, I think, just went out. They were kind of a borderline, maybe top 30, top 35 team before all that, and now they're probably, just a middle-tier FBS program. Cincinnati, that's the type of games they got to worry about, kind of stumbling. I mean, Navy, we talk about Navy. Navy's played some teams close. I mean, Navy could threaten Cincinnati, for example. So Cincinnati, as much as, the committee, the College Football Playoff Committee, doesn't talk about style points and all that, Cincinnati's going to have to keep getting style points because Notre Dame is going to trip up at some point. I think we all kind of see it coming with the way they've been playing all season. They've just been kind of chancing things. And so Cincinnati's going to need to continue to build its resume by winning games by double digits. And they should, but you can get complacent. But at this point, Cincinnati's in a great spot. I mean, as long as they win out, I think even if they win out and let's say they win a game in overtime against a lowly opponent, I still think they should be in the playoff just because of what they've done over these first half of the season. But also, as much as we can't say that the committee weighs what happened last season, with Cincinnati, they've built that resume off of what they did last year. Let's not fool ourselves. So this is a 2-year run. This is a 2-year team in Cincinnati. And as long as they win out, they most certainly are deserving of a spot in the playoff.
Okay, Brandon, this is going to be a lot, but better chance of happening. Michigan wins the Big Ten or Kentucky ends up with more regular season wins than Alabama.
I'm glad you're blinking because I thought your shot had froze for a second.
I mean, just let me say. So Michigan could lose a game, still win the Big Ten, obviously. Kentucky, even if they lose to Georgia, you look at their schedule, they've got a really good shot at going 11-1. Alabama obviously could still drop a game here in the regular season.
I'll go with Kentucky. I hate to say that. I mean, I don't see either of those things happening. But maybe Kentucky, I don't, man, that's tough. And I say that just because.
Do you think Kentucky's good?
I think they're good. They're probably like Arkansas good right now. They're like top 15, top 20, but they're not top 10. They just won't be. They'll lose to Georgia. They'll lose to Georgia big this weekend. And then but the rest of the schedule is not difficult. And Michigan's schedule is difficult down the stretch. So I don't see Michigan winning the Big Ten. And really being a threat. In fact, that Michigan State game is obviously huge, and I think they probably end up losing that here in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's I don't see either of those things happening. But with Alabama, man, the thing is that you've got 2 teams now, Florida and Texas A&M, that have been able to move the ball very successfully against that defense. Florida in the second half, and of course Texas A&M for most of that first half and not much of the second half. But that's what concerns me about Bama right now is, all right, offenses know how to move the ball now against Alabama. And now I think it's just a matter of time before someone figures out Alabama's offense and gets to them, because as we saw against A&M, they had some issues at the tackle spot that A&M was able to exploit. And Bryce Young played a heck of a game. I don't think that gets talked about enough this week. Young bailed them out of some plays last week. So, if there's a defense out there that's able to exploit that too, and their offense scores, Bama could be in trouble. And that's why right now I'd maybe lean toward Georgia, in a head-to-head matchup against Alabama on a neutral site. But I'm hesitant on that. I think it's a coin flip because I don't trust Stetson Bennett. I keep waiting for JT Daniels to get back. So that's why I'm, like I said, we talk about parity and like not having a lot of trust in teams right now. That's why even Georgia, even though they look clear cut, I don't have a lot of confidence in that right now. I mean, at the end of the year, I think Bama's probably going to win the championship. I mean, don't we all have that sinking feeling and we just know it's going to happen? Georgia's Georgia just screws things up. I'm sorry to say it.
Yeah. We do say that occasionally here on the show, but you've got more dramatic lighting than we do, so it means more when you say it. Listen, our buddy Feinbaum used to have in his Open, it was the place that they got coaches fired and hired, and I know you're not in that business, but for just the point of discussion, let's say Ed Orgeron is not the coach in 2022 at LSU. Where does the list of candidates come from? In your opinion, you're the national voice at 24/7 Sports. Is it from the Napier-Chadwell category, or is it the Kiffin tree? Where do you go for the next coach at LSU?
My first call will be Billy Napier. I've been saying that for a couple of weeks. I think that's a no-brainer. You go, hey, listen, you want to coach in the SEC? You're an SEC guy. Come here and win right away, because that roster is built to win right away. He could supplement it quickly in the transfer portal, get the top transfers. They could contend in the SEC West next season. And this is a roster, according to our 24/7 Sports team composite, that ranks number 5 nationally right now. So not only are they underachieving, they're underachieving huge. Sure, they have injuries right now, but that roster is still very talented. They should be winning games right now. And I think the issue right now is that with Ed O, he obviously caught lightning in a ball in 2019. He had a fantastic staff, and of course, he had an amazing quarterback, a generational quarterback at LSU. But those guys left, and they have not been able to find consistency on that staff, and he's trying to recapture lightning in a bottle. He shouldn't be trying to recapture lightning in a bottle. He's just trying to be maintaining some semblance of consistency. So it doesn't feel like when players come to the locker room, they're looking over their shoulder going, you know what? This coach ain't going to be around next year. He ain't going to be around 3 or 4 months. We're going to be dealing with a new offense, new defensive coordinator, new philosophy, new terminology. And, I just don't think that on the field and off the field that they handled things the right way when it came to just managing expectations and kind of keeping that hunger alive. It's incredible to me here to hear Ed Orgeron talking about, this past offseason and the players about how they weren't really all that hungry and motivated after the 2019 season, that they were living off that championship high. And I'm sitting there thinking, how? Because a lot of those players that were coming back were not starters on that team. They contributed, yes, but they weren't the reason why they really won that championship. So you're living off of someone else's legacy, so to speak. That bothers me. There's a lot of things that bother me right now about what's going on under Ed O. I love Ed O. I love him, but and he's very a humble guy. He's willing to kind of take change, but I think that's honestly, that strength has almost become a weakness for him. And then plus, let's not overshadow the allegations and everything that's been going on off the field. All that compounded together, there's just no way Ed Orgeron survives this unless he wins out this season, and that's just not going to happen.
All right, follow Brandon Marcello on Twitter, @BMarcello. If you've ever wondered what a Saturday or a weekend in the college football playoff selection room is like, he just went through that and did kind of a mock, so you can read that at 247sports.com and get some insight on that. Brandon, it's always great, man. Thank you so much for the time.
All right, thanks, guys. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, you too, buddy. Take care. Brandon Marcello with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
I'm expecting him to stand up and have like a bat suit on from the waist down and go over and put the rest of it on and go out and save Gotham this afternoon there. Love the setup. Brandon Marcello, one of my favorites here on the next round. Another one of my favorites is the folks at Backyard Adventure. You talk about a locally owned company here that's been delivering happiness to kids for decades now. My kids enjoyed their childhood on a Backyard Adventure playground. Your kids will too. You can get that right now at a great price thanks to the next round relationship with the folks at Backyards Alabama. Go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and explore that website. And with 3D imaging, you can actually build your own playground that you can have put in your backyard, and they'll put it for you. You don't have to assemble one thing. I can't screw a bolt. I can't tighten a knot. I can't do anything. Can't chop wood. Can't do anything. They do it all for you from start to finish. They take care of you from the point of sale all the way to when you're done with your set. Eventually, your kids become teenagers. They don't want to play on the playground anymore. They'll come and take it back from you as well. They'll do the landscaping around it. They've got a maintenance program that they'll keep it looking absolutely brand new. All that at Backyard Adventures. If you want to throw in a trampoline or a basketball goal, they've got that too. Check it out online, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. And for you young dads out there, if you want Santa to bring them this holiday season, you need to get to Backyard Alabama right now to get in with those elves up at the North Pole to make it happen this holiday season or for the next spring. It's backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4386. He doesn't trust Kirby Smart.
A lot of people don't.
What do you think of? But Brandon's a guy. I mean, a lot of people like you, me, LT, people in the chat room. We can say that, but with Brandon, he's the face of 24/7 sports right now.
People point at personnel decisions like Brandon pointed at, and what they're talking about is quarterback. The fact that he went with Jake Fromm over Justin Fields. And Jake Fromm was a nice college quarterback, but it is impossible to look at that situation and not say Justin Fields is the better player, Lance. I mean, the guy's an NFL starter right now.
Yeah, look, it's not even close. And look, there was a time, though, that Fromm was playing really well. But
he was.
But
it was not an easy decision. I'm not pretending it was.
He did regress. And in today's college football, you got to play the best guy. And it's hard to believe that Justin Fields wasn't that best guy.
And then people pointed last year with Stetson Bennett and JT Daniels, though JT Daniels, in theory, wasn't cleared to play. A lot of people think that was Kirby getting – it was a masking for Kirby making the wrong decision there with JT. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, but didn't we hear early on that JT was cleared to play, and he just didn't play?
Yeah,
and he played those final 4 games, and you saw how good he looked. And if you go back to, I don't know about the Alabama game, but the Florida game, one of those 2 games, you win one of those 2 games, you're in a 14 playoff.
He talked rosters. I mean, Georgia's roster is great. Alabama's roster is great. When he said LSU's roster, according to the composite rankings, is number 5 in the country,
I believe.
Did that surprise you a little bit, though?
I believe it. Look at it. Ed O can recruit, man. That guy can recruit.
Yeah, look, I don't know what the last 3 recruiting classes, what the average is, but if he said it was 5, I do believe it.
Yeah, so the composite of all the recruits on the roster still, they're number 5 in the country.
I mean,
and he's about to get fired.
Clemson. I mean, you would always go Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, and then
it's LSU now.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that.
I believe it 100%. Ed O has got this job because of how he recruits. I mean, that's what got him this job.
Remember 19 months ago, even last year, some of the guys that opted out, how talented and how much NFL talent was on this roster.
Yeah.
Trash with LT coming up on the other side as we do that every time at this point of the day. You spoke of Mel Tucker to start off with. 20 guys in the transfer, 5 of them as starters. I did not know this until I read it last night. Of the 20 transfers he brought in, they're from 7 of the 9 other conferences not in the Big Ten. So he almost pulled from every region of the country. Well, he did. He pulled from every region of the country in the transfer portal to East Lansing.
Hey, he's done a great job. He really has. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but, watching the team, I mean, they do it well on all facets. I mean, the defense is playing really, really good. They've got their highest ranking in 5 years. Peyton Thorne's playing good as a first-year quarterback. Kenneth Walker, you mentioned those 3 seats at the Heisman. He probably would be in one of those seats.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. This week. Wake Forest is unbeaten at number 16 in the country.
Why he left makes no sense.
And if he was still there, they'd have the nation's leading rusher on their roster.
Yeah, to compliment Sam Hartman, and you really would start to think about a well-balanced Wake team.
Yeah, interesting study there because you gave him the midway point coach of the year right there, the national coach of the year.
Out of nowhere for me.
Yeah, you did not think he was going to be that good before the season started. All right, LT's got trash queued up. That's coming up next. Don't forget, as the season changes, you'll be watching baseball tonight in 50-degree weather out in San Francisco. Cooler temperatures starting this weekend. Your wardrobe's changing. Wear the right stuff to the game thanks to our friends at the Pants Store. 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Online at pantstore.com. Ladies fashion, those clear purses, game days hats, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, Yeti Huggies, the long sleeve game day shirts you need, all that at the Pants Store, those 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville, and online at pantstore.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Real big honor for me today, having my mentor from college, Carl Perkins, from the University of Montevallo, here in studio with us today for a little bit. Big Cubs fan growing up. And Brown, I told you this many times growing up, that back in our days, right in college and right after college, we'd go over to Carl and Helen's house. Helped out by the fact that he had 4 daughters.
Right.
But we'd go over. He had a pool and a hot tub, too. Good-looking daughters, too. But Carl would make these homemade egg rolls, not just like as a side or an appetizer. He'd make hundreds of them. And from the first game to the last game, all we would do all day long is eat these homemade egg rolls that are better than anything you've ever tasted.
That is one of my favorite things that I don't get enough of. Like, I have egg rolls maybe 3 times a year, but I absolutely love them.
We do Chinese takeout probably, maybe not every week, but every other week at least.
Yeah.
And I love a good egg roll.
And you always go egg roll?
I get it with whatever I'm getting, yeah.
Now, Carl, did you ever do the, so it's the wonton, did you ever do the cheese in the middle? Because we had a place in Birmingham called The Mill that used to do cheese from China.
Yeah.
And so they would do the egg roll, and it just had cheese in it.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That just seems like fried cheese to me, but it would have the other egg roll stuff.
Probably wouldn't be a big seller right now.
Well, actually, one of the biggest thing is, can you name me one Chinese dish that has cheese in it?
So in Brazil, they've got pastries with cheese in it.
Chinese dish with cheese in it? I can't name one. No, they don't use a lot of cheese, do they?
That was just one of those great memories from the University of Montevallo, the proud sponsor of the show. Montevallo, a college of distinction now for 10 years. Great tuition, great place to go to school. I'm a graduate. My daughter's in school there now. She's a junior in the theater department. New multi-million-dollar facilities there. You can schedule an in-person tour for your son or your daughter right now at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Did you have something you wanted to bring up before trash? You said something.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Well, I will say, right after we had Brandon Marcello on, he tweeted out an article with Lance in mind, I think. It's a film study article, Lance, from 24/7 Sports, and it's called The Ramsification of the Kentucky Wildcats.
Oh.
How Kentucky's becoming the LA Rams.
Liam Cohen.
Yep.
But again, that offense to me hasn't popped. It's looked good in spots, but still, when you look at the numbers, pretty similar to what we had last year.
They're still 13th in passing.
Yeah, not throwing the ball as much as I thought they would.
And they've got what seems to be a capable guy. I mean, I've seen Levis play in some big moments. He's at least got the confidence.
William Shatner at age 90 went to space this week. Did that resonate with anybody at all?
Not really.
Nope.
Wait, whoa. He really did?
Yeah, well, it's the Bezos, like where you fly up and you're into space for a minute and you come back down. I don't think you orbit or anything.
Well, I mean, he wasn't Neil Armstrong. He didn't go walk on the moon.
No, some psychological drug that he took. That'd be more believable.
That's potential.
It's pretty neat that Captain Kirk, though, finally went to space.
I mean, look, for him to be 90, for his body to be able to take that.
I know. That is a lot.
Impressive.
Yeah, he said it was unbelievable. He recommends we all do it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm sure it was a commercial William Shatner was doing. Let's do trash. Rockstar, hit the big button.
They let me look at the lawyer's building. I know the vacuum cleaner man. He's seen my tits. I know that's not what I want to be, but it's true. It's true. I'm not here to lie to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, it's the American dream to buy your own home. And Mortgage Right, they want to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all of the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first with a woman that was frustrated with her husband.
Well, I mean, it's a story as old as time right there, isn't it?
Frustrated with you.
Yeah.
His name was Adam. Her name was Eve.
Now, frustrated with her husband's repeated broken promises to care for his prized fish, an Indonesian woman decided to cook his pet and protest his laziness.
That's the only thing you can do. That's the only option.
That's the way to show him. He learned.
War of the Roses was a little worse, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Modern day Glenn Close.
Now, a viral TikTok video shared on October 8th with more than 6 million views shows user, not even going to try the name, scaling and seasoning the freshwater fish before deep frying it. Woman went on to say in the video, "My husband kept promising to clean the aquarium after I told him to. I thought it would be delicious if I fried it." Now, ending the 20-second video by crossing her thumb and index finger in a heart gesture, she wrote in an accompanying text, "Already cooked and ready to eat."
Fried goldfish is going to be super disappointing. I mean, that is not a lot of meat in that thing.
It seems very bony as well, but I guarantee you what I would do. I would go clean up the dog poop in the backyard pretty quick when I got home if I was him.
Well, in videos, he says that he has forgiven his wife and he's bought a new fish. I don't know if people get close to their fish,
Repeat
right?
the process.
I don't know. You know, my daughter, my oldest, she's 17 now, but when she was a little kid,
The beta fish in the cup.
No. It was an actual goldfish, and they late in life, they get to start floating to the top, and we didn't know how traumatic it was going to be for a young child like that. So we went and released it in a lake.
But you can easily.
I'm sure it got eaten right away. But for my daughter,
yeah, she thinks it went on.
I was like, we're giving. He's gotten so big, he needs to swim in the big
City.
lake. Yeah,
He's gonna find a wife, kids.
Did you really release it in the lake, or
100%.
did you flush it into the Cahaba?
No, I took her with me. We just walked right down to the lake and we let it out in the lake.
What I would say about the goldfish, that's the easiest to replace. Like, you can't replace a dog, but like a kid would never know if you threw a goldfish.
No, you can't tell the two apart. Now, Rockstar made a good point. When I was a little kid, we had an aquarium. My older brother had an aquarium, and my mom and dad apparently didn't read up as before the internet, and they bought goldfish and I think an angelfish and put them in together. And the next morning, we had an angelfish.
Who was sleeping and burping.
Very full angelfish.
We've told you for a couple of weeks now, our medical minute with Urology Centers of Alabama is vasectomies. How safe and simple the procedure is.
That's right.
I got it done
Absolutely.
years ago. We've got a new contraception maybe possibly coming for men. Don't know how much fun this one's going to be, though. Ultrasound waves have the ability to temporarily halt the regeneration of sperm and provide an effective form. Now, German design graduate Rebecca Weiss, they have created a small mug device called the Casso. Now, to use it, a man will fill it up with water, turns it on to let it get up to operating temperature, and then gently rest your junk in it.
And it does what for me?
Gently, not aggressive.
Now, once the cobblers, according to the story, are safely dipped in the water, they are zapped with an ultrasonic wave that will stop sperm production and provide contraception for roughly 2 weeks after the first dunking.
You go first.
Dunking.
Yeah, now, the effect is reversible. 6 months after a man's last dip into the testicle bath, his sperm will start reproducing
How
again.
bad does a testicle bath sound?
Oh, God.
I'm going to pass that.
That literally is where we got the phrase teabagging from, though, right?
It is. No pun intended. Hard pass for me on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would recommend the vasectomy before I would the bi-monthly dipping.
The testicle
The
bath.
old nut zapper.
Yep.
We've got a millionaire Moscow.
His nuts
mom.
are literally dust. My bad. I'm sorry.
Already raising
Turn that
11
down, Vern.
Start over. Sorry.
No, millionaire Moscow mom, already raising 11 of her own biological children, now hopes to have dozens more using surrogate mothers. Now, the Russian mother, Kristina Ozturk, 23, lives with her wealthy hotel owner husband, Galip Ozturk, where it's legal to use surrogate mothers. Now, after 10 surrogate babies, plus one that was actually born naturally for Kristina, the couple have the process down to a fine art. They are saying that they want to have over 100 babies, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in
It's
my
a
life.
modest amount. Like, it's a good number. Don't you think?
Over 100 babies.
Well, here's the thing: it's selfish because how are you going to be able to spend time with all those kids?
Yeah, I agree completely.
I'll say goodnight to all of them.
Well, I mean, that's almost 3.5 days a year for them each.
Now, they say when you use the surrogate mother, the total cost comes about $9,000 a child. If you're a surrogate mother, you're not getting paid enough at $9,000. Because are you actually carrying the kid?
What's $1,000 a month for pregnancy? I mean, wouldn't you say to be pregnant's worth more than $1,000 a month?
To me, that's it. I don't know about you guys. Now, I know men are different, and we're not obviously built for that.
We don't
except
get
for
pregnant. Yes.
Schwarzenegger and what was the movie?
Junior.
To me, to be able to have to do that, I'm talking $25,000 a month. It'd be a $250,000 process.
No, I'm with Lance. I mean, that is a lot on your body.
And it's just nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, my wife has been pregnant twice, and I mean, it messes you up.
Yeah, I mean, you think about what it could do to your body after the fact. You can't drink for 9 months.
And that last month, I mean, that 8th month of pregnancy, that last month of it, they're miserable.
Okay, we've got a high school soccer player in northern Michigan broke records for most goals in a game, but not everyone is cheering about this. Do you guys want to guess what the record is?
So it's high school?
Yeah, Kevin Hubble of Benzie Central, one of the best players in the state.
I'd say 12.
He scored 16 goals against Kingsley. Now,
You should shut it down, man.
Run it up the score a little, you think?
16
I mean,
goals.
what is that if we equated that to football terms? Like 300?
Yeah, I mean it's the old Georgia Tech and Cumberland score, 222 to nothing or whatever.
Now the September 29th game was declared at halftime, a 17-0 wipeout.
So we got them all in the first half?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, they went on to say, quote, to go after a personal record like that at the cost of another team's dignity was a little uncalled for. Kingsley's coach, Tim Van Windergerd, went on to say, soccer is not the right place for that. Soccer, he says, is a gentleman's sport.
What's great is how bad do you feel with the one kid if it was 17-0, somebody scored another goal.
That's right. He got the other.
No attention.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And I guarantee you, well, I was going to say it was a rebound off the stop by the goalie, but based on the other 16.
Yeah, there was no goalie.
I don't think he got anywhere close.
Okay, I've got more odd books you can actually buy.
All right.
First one. More great pantyhose crafts.
So good, we had to make another one.
This is the second edition.
I thought there were two uses for pantyhose. Actually,
trash and what?
Well,
robbery.
Putting them on and putting them over the face of the 70s.
They make your legs look good?
It's
or?
amazing how big the pantyhose was, though, back in the 70s and 80s. Like, if you were at a supermarket, you would see the, was it the egg?
The egg, yeah. What was that?
There was a whole section of
Yeah,
them.
Was that legs? Was that the brand? They were legs?
And how many different colors can you pull the legs? Because there was a full section. It was like, and I brought this up, like Kool-Aid is the section is so small now of Kool-Aid, and it used to be almost a whole aisle itself.
Women still wear pantyhose?
No, but they went from pantyhose to tights. I mean, occasionally you will have somebody wear pantyhose, but they're not fashionable right now.
There it is. Look at that, Rockstar.
I mean,
I
you
remember that in a store.
You had a huge, that's an oddly shaped egg, too, by the way.
It is.
That display is.
So let me guess, Dunaway, you were the great.
I'm not seeing the pantyhose.
You were the great grandson of legs. You were going to inherit this fortune.
I know. You know, they thought, boys, this business will last forever.
Yeah.
There'll never be a day where you walk in.
But then it went from pantyhose. Remember, it was sort of when I was in college, it was tights. It was
pantyhose had the little bread basket in it.
Yeah, but it was like tights. It was like not the tights that people know the workout tights now. This was. It was a thicker version of pantyhose and came in a variety of different colors.
That is right. Yep.
Yeah, I think the last pantyhose consistent wearers was when Hooters was up and rolling.
Probably so. Those were dark brown too, weren't they?
Yeah, but like the tights made it until the end of my single days.
I
late
think what
90s.
Dunaway is talking about is what the Hooters girls wear. I think those would be more tights.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Here are more odd books you can actually buy. What about the manly art of knitting?
My son knits.
Really?
Yep. And he's really good at it.
How did he learn to knit, though?
He just wanted to do it. He just wanted to do it one time.
Was this a Jane thing?
Maybe, because they did it together. So maybe it was him and his grandma. But he actually can knit.
Rockstar, do you remember years ago when we used to work in radio and my home ec teacher called you off the air and wanted me to call her? Yes. She taught me to knit in high school. We learned to knit in high school. And it's not easy. I mean, you got to fire that thing through and grab it and pull it back.
Right.
It takes skill. I don't think that's exactly
but it's like
what
everything you knit is like an uncomfortable blanket. Those blankets itch so
bad.
They
do, yeah.
And they have holes in them so your feet go through them.
So what does young Carter knit?
I don't know if he's ever finished anything yet. There's a lot of knitting stuff that goes on.
A lot of ideas.
Just passing time, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, here's more odd books you can actually buy. How about Open Wide for the handsome saber-toothed dentist who is also a ghost?
See, it sounds like too much to me.
Is that a believable storyline?
No, I don't think so. Why is he a
saber-toothed dentist?
This would be good for the Sci-Fi Channel if they're looking for some kind of
cover's
concept.
great if I showed you, but I got one cover I want to show you.
Oh,
How about this one? More odd books you can actually buy. Be Bold with Bananas.
Cookbook.
Oh, wow.
I like banana flavored food.
Banana pudding,
banana bread.
Bananas Foster is really good.
Bananas Foster is one of my favorite desserts.
Banana sandwich with peanut butter.
Fantastic.
Banana sandwich with
mayo.
mayonnaise.
Fantastic.
Banana and pineapple sandwich.
Yeah.
Banana runts.
I remember I was watching a movie show, something as a kid, and this one kid was like stranded on a deserted island, and the only thing he had to eat was bananas. And I was thinking to myself, that wouldn't be that bad.
No,
like,
you get tired of
bananas all the time. You get tired of it.
You get tired of that, but that third banana, you're like, I do not want to do that.
Banana cream pie with Marianne and Gilligan.
Who?
Gillen.
Okay, more odd books you can actually buy. Do-it-yourself coffins for pets and people.
Oof. And people.
Yeah. Just the case.
I know which one you're going to go with, Rocky. Another odd book. Anybody Can Be Cool but Awesome. Takes practice.
That's the one.
Oh, you got
I
the
thought you were
cover
going to
of
go
that
with the final one. Thank God you're not.
Oh yeah, it
Anybody
looks like
can
Zach
be
Morris
cool.
on the right there.
Man, he is holding court.
He looks like John Tesh.
He does look like John Tesh. John Tesh and Zach Morris had a baby. Anybody Can Be Cool but
What
also
year was
takes
that?
practice.
That had to be 80 something.
Yeah, probably 79, 80.
Yep.
Well, they did a good job of the diversity shot there.
Yeah, they did.
I think it's 88.
That's a little surprising in 88.
Put that wardrobe right
Your
there.
guy looks photoshopped in right there in the middle, I got to say.
The 88.
That's a girl.
Stonewashed jeans. 88.
Oh my God, 88.
88, good
Thank
job.
you. I had that whole wardrobe he has on.
Hey, no, he looked a little like Dunaway.
I had that hair in 88. Yeah, and it was badly dyed, just like that.
Our final.
He's holding court.
He was holding court.
Yes, look at
and
it.
look, somebody knitted her sweater.
She's enthralled.
The final odd book you can actually buy, Castration, The Advantages and Disadvantages.
One short chapter and one big long chapter.
That is Trash with LT today, brought to you by our friends in Mortgage Right.
Hey, there is no place like home. Nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right. Make sure you stop by or make that call today with locations nationwide. They're the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals. They've got skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today.
The hope is Owen Popo can play for Auburn this week. Drew Sanders will not play for Alabama per Nick Saban last night. It's part of our Greystone Chiropractic injury update.
You can get healthy and enjoy a healthier life with Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090 to make an appointment. Dr. Lee Goldenberg and his staff. Highway 119, 280 in Tattersall Park with that brand new facility, keeping you healthy. Get your body properly aligned, and it affects every part of your body. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Greg from Pell City gave me a funny story yesterday before we get back into college football and get with you guys in the chat room over there. He was on his way to one of the great Next Round, clients that have used the free roof inspection. And he rolled up and he says, as soon as I get out of the car, the guy says, "Hey, so you and your wife eat in bed, huh?"
Wow.
And he laughed and he said, "They say you had 10 kids. You really got 10 kids?"
Yep.
And Greg and him started laughing about that, and then said he was like, "Well, you guys probably should stop eating in bed and start going to the dining room table every now and then." So a good laugh from there. But the moral of the story is great Next Round viewers and listeners stick together there.
That's right. I love it.
They had gotten that free no-cost roof inspection from us, and you can too with Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg will come out to your house, take all your jokes, and then he will get on your roof and check that roof out and make sure that it is in good working order. If not, he'll let you know what you need to do. The insurance companies love these guys, so they work with them and give you the maximum benefit you can get from your insurance company. They have a great warranty, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're locally owned, have been for a couple of decades. And again, the inspection is free with no obligation. Free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. We will talk to Brownie's Man from the Desert here coming up here in just a second, right? Are we to that point?
That is correct, yes.
To that point of the show, as soon as we get him online. I will tell you John Metchie at the top of the hour as well. While we wait, football tonight, Buccaneers and Eagles. Should I be concerned at all about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Well, the Eagles have played good in 2 spots this year to open the season against a lowly Falcons team. And then last week they go on the road. They force turnovers. They beat Carolina. We were talking about the production of Lamar Jackson yesterday. I saw this morning that Jalen Hurts is like 83% of his team's yardage. I still just am not sold that Jalen Hurts is a quarterback that can win consistently in the NFL.
I saw a stat that tonight he could become the first quarterback to average 250 passing and 50 rushing in his first 10 starts. The first quarterback in NFL history to do that, which is surprising.
Which means a lot's on his plate.
Well, yeah, but nobody's ever done that. Yeah. I'm surprised a guy like Lamar Jackson that didn't do it.
I think it shows you that how run first they were until this year, Baltimore with Lamar Jackson.
But it is fair to say that part of it's injury, but the front 7 of the Buccaneers not playing anywhere close to what they were playing last year, not getting the pressure from the defensive line.
David's out now. We talked about your secondary. That's been a banged up spot, but Levante David's out. We mentioned Gronk's out. There are a lot of injuries here. This number 7, I'll tell you what, I stayed away from it.
Yeah.
Like normally on a standalone NFL game, I'm always giving it out. Even what was the terrible Jaguars-Cincinnati game, I gave that out. But I'm staying away from this game. Don't like it at all. I lean your Bucs win. I don't know if they're going to be able to cover the 7 because it's on the road and they are so banged up.
And historically, different teams, different era, but even the really good Buccaneer teams that were going to the NFL playoffs every year struggled in Philadelphia. We'll see what happens tonight. Do you have a lock yet that you want to go ahead?
I do. Yeah, we can do it.
Let's see. The lock is brought to you every day by our friends at IronMountainWorld.com. Lock of the day. Instead of going to Vegas here, we're just going to go to my left and get the pick from my man Lance Taylor, and you can get all of his plays at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull the official number here. We are going with the college game in the American tonight. Navy is at Memphis. I mentioned earlier in the show, this number opened at 8. It is now sitting at a solid 11. Memphis opened the season 3-0, and since upsetting Mississippi State in week 3, they have lost 3 consecutive games by a combined 12 points. I think Calvin Austin will make big plays tonight against this Navy offense that has really struggled. After 3 weeks, Navy was averaging 10 points per game, which was worst in the FBS. Now, since then, they've scored 34 and 24. They brought that average up. Still, it is not a Navy good offense. They're sitting at 1-4. I think Memphis has something to prove tonight. I think they win this game going away. I've got Memphis minus the 11. That is your lock in the night.
All right, that's the lock, and it's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Construction, part of the Iron Mountain World company there with Jeremy Purvis and the crew. They've got industrial services and people that can help you with just about everything. They've got plumbers, they've got pipe fitters, they've got millwrights, they've got iron workers, laborers, operators, and a lot more. To learn more about Iron Mountain Construction, call 205-781-1170. 205-781-1170. Iron Mountain Construction, available for assisting in new projects, daily maintenance, downturns, and a whole lot more. Specialized industrial services and support that you can find with them at Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170, and ironmountainworld.com for all your plumbing needs as well. So that's one side of the college football slate tonight, the NFL there, and then there's baseball. And it's the Dodgers and the Giants, and one of them won 105, one won 104 during the regular season.
You keep shorting them.
What was it?
It was 107, 106.
107, 106. Okay. I stopped watching at some point. They each won a lot of games, and now it's down to one game tonight in San Francisco. And it's a couple of youngsters. Urias is going, he's 25. Webb is going, he's 24. And where's your gut feeling on your Dodgers tonight?
Well, I've got this play out there. I will just say that both of these guys, Logan Webb was so good in Game 1, and the Dodgers, as good as they were offensively in Games 2 and Game 4, they didn't have an answer for Logan Webb. And this is a guy that has not lost since May 5th. 24-year-old.
Wait, he hasn't lost since May 5th?
He has not lost since May 5th.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean,
can I tell you how many Giant games I've watched to this point, including the 4 games in this series? One, and that was the second half of the last game that the Dodgers won 7-2.
Urias has got 21 wins, which is the most in the bigs if you add his postseason win this year. And the kid's 25 years old. He's already got 19 playoff appearances. I think he's got 8 playoff wins. So the moment will not be too big for him. You wonder if sooner or later, as good as Logan Webb has been, if the pressure gets to a 24-year-old. I mean, the good news is they're at Oracle, and this place is going to be going nuts. I mean, I can't even imagine Game 1, the atmosphere there, for these two bitter rivals, for it to come down, both teams. I mean, it's game 110. One of these will win 110 games after tonight.
I'm like Dunaway. I did not watch a whole lot of the Giants. I didn't watch a ton of baseball over the summer because of the national stunk. But I watched them the other night, and 2 things jumped out at me. Number one, they were batting their first baseman second, which, when do you see a first baseman bat second? I mean,
Freddie Freeman.
That's true. More often in the series. But, I mean, most of the time, the first baseman's batting third, fourth, or fifth, right? And second thing is, the first baseman is a guy named Darren Ruff, which I was like, is that their real first baseman?
By the way, he's been awful this series.
Well, he's been awful this series, but had a really good regular season. And I'm like, Darren Ruff?
Yeah.
If you had told me Darren Ruff was in the major leagues, I'd be like, nah, you're making that name up.
At that point, you would
think he's a cowboy.
Yeah.
Right?
You'd really hate the crime dog nickname is done.
I
that
know.
for a guy named Ruff.
I know. This guy was perfect for him. Darren Ruff is their first baseman. Like, I know Chris Bryant and Buster Posey and Brandon Crawford. I heard of them, but then Darren Ruff? And I was like, he's batting second. And this is the team that was the winningest team in baseball this year.
Just a surprise that they're where they are. But we got it tonight. Should be a lot of fun if you like baseball, the NFL, college football, one of those great sports nights you get as you get to this time of year where everything starts blending over. You got hockey tonight if you like that. The NBA starts in 5 days.
Has the Kraken won yet?
I don't think they have. I think they play game 2 tomorrow night, maybe.
I think they were tied with with Las Vegas game 1.
And then a late goal
in the third, yeah.
Yeah, got it for Vegas there. A little hockey update for you there. All right. When we come back, John Metchie joins us as he scheduled to be with us, as he is every week at this time. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. If you're looking to join and take care of your house the way it needs to be taken care of, both inside and out, Wayne's is the place to start. They're the exclusive provider of the entire Next Round crew. We trust them. You should too. One easy phone call to be part of the Wayne's family, 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Wayne's headquartered in Birmingham, world-class service every time. It's one of the reasons I fell in love with the Wayne's company. I was with a different provider at one point in my life for a short period of time, and really caught them not doing the job that I wanted them to do on my lawn. That's when I switched to Wayne's. They had always been my termite provider. They'd taken care of my pests. And I said, man, I'm going to let them take care of my lawn too. The best decision I ever made. And listen, right now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush next spring and summer. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter this season. To be part of the Wayne's family, call 866-WAYNES-1. And to get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, use the promo code TNR. It's 866-WAYNES-1, our friends at Wayne's.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES-1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're ready to roll on from the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios. The Next Round presented by Bud Light, Dunaway, Brown, LT, Rockstar, and Forrester all here. Alabama coming off a loss to Texas A&M and ready to go before we even get to the top of the hour. Our man John Metchie is over there ready to talk a little football.
And he joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of Rental Works, the rental division of Crane Works. They've got everything from landscaping equipment like mowers to big machines like skid steers and certified operators to handle those big jobs too. Check out their full fleet now at craneworks.com. John Metchie joins us now from Tuscaloosa. How are you, John?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing well, thanks a lot. Obviously, a very disappointing trip to College Station. What is a week of practice like after a game where many leaders on this team have said that you guys, maybe weren't mentally engaged, didn't play as well as you could play? What has a week of practice been like after that?
It's just kind of make sure we learn from it. I think that's the biggest thing. Make sure that we took away something from it and we just learned from that experience.
I mean, going back to last week's practice, did it seem any different to you? Because there were players that went on record after the A&M game and they said, hey, look, we seem flat at practice.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, especially just with the idea of kind of being seduced by success and thinking there isn't a price to winning and getting comfortable with that. So it was maybe a little flat, but it's kind of just not taking it for granted and understanding that there's always a cost to winning.
Seduced by success. I like that phrasing there. You personally, do you feel like you're playing your A+ football right now? If not, what do you think could be missing from your performance right now?
I definitely think there's still a lot of things I could do better. I always think there's a lot of things I could do better, but I think right now, just as far as right now, I just think of it less individual and just more how just help the team win and help this offense look its best. That's kind of my whole focus with it.
If a receiver, take me in the mindset of a receiver. I know golfers can get what is called the yips if you can't hit a drive in the fairway. Baseball players get into slumps. Do receivers, when you drop just one ball, does that stay with you for weeks? Do you remember how bad dropping one pass is?
Definitely. It's definitely as a receiver, it's definitely something to remember. But in the game and playing, you have to understand that you have to have that next play mentality. You just have to focus on the next play and keep it going. But I think just as a competitor, you can always recall the things you did wrong more than you recall the things you did right, especially for me. So I think that's kind of how I look at it.
Alabama's John Metchie with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Their rental division has reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for personalized quotes or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. The phrase "seduced by success" sounds straight out of Nick Saban's mouth. Is that where you got that?
I think it's something that some of our speakers have said. Ben Newman, a person who speaks to us a lot. I think it's a phrase that he's spoken to the team about a lot this offseason.
How do you personally avoid being seduced by success?
By just remembering what it takes to get there, what it takes to win games, what it takes to be prepared for games and be successful in game, and just sticking to that, not trying to cut any corners or get lax with the details or just lax with the basics, really.
Internally, look, I mean, 2020 was a special team. I don't think there's any doubting that. Talent-wise, you guys might not be there, but internally in the locker room, do you guys have that same feel that you had in 2020?
Definitely. 2020 was a special team, but I also think 2021 is definitely a special team. It's new, it's different. It's hard to compare teams just because players are different, people are different. But I definitely think there's still that energy, and that 2021 will be a really special team.
I'm interested because it happens so rarely during Coach Saban's time in Tuscaloosa. But when Alabama loses a game, do you guys get phone calls from alumni, like former players? Like, did you get phone calls on Sunday from Devontae or anybody saying, "Hey, keep your head up. We've lost before. Here's what we ended up doing." Do you get calls like that?
Definitely. You definitely get the real ones definitely reach out to you and tell you to keep your head up and all of that, and kind of just reach out and make sure you're good. But aside from everything else, I kind of stay off my phone, really, stay off social media, and kind of just dive back into the game, watch the game, and try and learn from it, and just see where we went wrong in certain areas.
John Metchie with us, courtesy of Crane Works. He's on the Pepsi Hotline. We played video of Will Anderson answering questions. He's a sophomore. I know he is a terrifying human being. I mean, I would do absolutely anything he told me to do. What is Will Anderson really like, though?
Will, he's one of my best friends here, actually. On the field, he's definitely terrifying, but off the field, he's a really kind, genuine person.
I mean, when he stood at that podium and looked over at your boy Josh Maxson, and Max was like, "Just answer the question." I'm like, "Man, this guy, I'm scared to death. I don't know what he's going to say. I'm scared to death." He's massive, John.
Yeah, he's definitely he definitely causes havoc on the field.
I think understatement to say this is a big game Saturday night in Starkville. When you look at Zach Arnett's defense on film, what jumps out to you?
Just the structure of it. It's different. It's kind of unorthodox. They throw a lot of things at you, so it's a really different defense than teams are kind of used to playing. So it's one that you really have to lock in and do your homework on.
Your last visit to Starkville, because you just played. Let me start by asking it this way: you played in an environment, and we talked about this after the Florida game, but we've got Alabama fans that have called and tweeted and shared on our show. It's the loudest environment they've ever been in. Did that translate to the field on what you saw in College Station Saturday night?
You're asking if
it was Texas A&M. Was it that loud? I said a lot of words to ask you. Was Texas A&M really loud?
Yeah. I kind of remember it being loud from my freshman year and kind of expected it to be louder than Florida was, and it was. It definitely was. It definitely stood up to that.
Yeah. So I was going to go back to your freshman year and your trip to Starkville. I mean, they got the cowbells, and people tell us, man, they get those cowbells going. It's a tough place to play. How difficult is this road environment?
I think just like I think it's just like Florida road environment, just like Texas A&M. It's a stadium full of fans that are against you. They're going to be loud. They're going to help their team, and we kind of just got to stay locked in and know that it's just us versus all of them, and we got to stay focused and kind of do what we have to do.
All right, it is a night game over in Starkville, Mississippi, 6 o'clock, ESPN, Alabama at Mississippi State. John Metchie, best of luck this weekend. Thank you so much for the time, as always.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. John Metchie with us, courtesy of Crane Works Equipment Rental Division. Rental Works is the source for all your equipment needs, big or small. They got the big equipment like skid steers and excavators all the way down to the smaller equipment like pressure washers, brush mowers, or trailers. They have it all. Don't forget, they've got equipment operators, too. Visit craneworks.com for more information. That's craneworks.com. We thank Craneworks for bringing us both Bo Nix on Mondays and John Metchie on Thursdays. They both appear on the Pepsi hotline.
Mike Rodak sends out an interesting story about Bill O'Brien and where this offense went through a little bit of a slump. It was the first time the offense went 6 drives without a touchdown since the Clemson loss at Santa Clara.
So those 6 drives were from when it was 10-7, or technically 7-7.
Wow, I can't even remember the 6 drives.
7-3, and then they went 6 drives after that without scoring? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I've got the article in front of me here. He's talking about how with Bill O'Brien being in the coach's booth without a quarterback coach on the field,
right,
how that has affected Alabama, which went 6 possessions without a touchdown for the first time in almost 3 years. And he goes back to the Florida game where they jumped up to that lead, then struggled for a bit, and then ended up going to Texas A&M and losing the game.
Yeah, so here they are. So Bama scores to make it 7-3, and then your next 6 are fumble, interception, punt, field goal, punt.
Yep.
Wow.
I didn't realize that watching the game that they went 6 straight without a touchdown. That's a lot.
Did they even go 3 straight last year without scoring?
Probably not. And again, that's what's so confusing about this offense, Jim, because they're still scoring a ton of points. I mean, it's an offense that gets beaten up. Alabama's scoring 44 points a game. That's a lot of points.
Now, I don't know if we're getting to a change, if there's bubbling about Bill O'Brien coming down out of the booth, but we've seen that happen in the past, that Nick Saban has, coaches that were in the booth are on the field, people that are on the field are in the booth. I don't know. It's usually up to whatever the OC is most comfortable
with. I mean, he's not coached a game in the booth since I don't know what he used to do with the Patriots, but he was on the field, obviously, as the head coach with Penn State and then on the field at the Texans. He hasn't been in the booth in forever.
Yeah.
So it is probably somewhat uncomfortable territory for him based on how long. I don't know. I can't remember what he did at New England.
But Nick Saban always tells the story. He liked being in the booth until Belichick said, I want you on the sidelines. Yeah. And he said he had to learn how to do it. And he told the story the night he did the coaches show even of how all of a sudden, I'm used to having all my things laid out in front of me on that desk. And now I've got to have it, on one sheet. And I got to be able to really recall it off the top of my head. He really had to learn it all differently. So it can be very different. Yeah. It's just the whole communication seems to, be different. It's an interesting read from Mike Rodak. I can't wait to dive into the rest of it in the commercial break or after the show.
And he may point this out in there. One of our listeners or viewers pointed it out in the YouTube chat yesterday that Bryce Young's 3 interceptions, that I had not thought of this, and I went back and looked to confirm he's right. 2 of them have been in the end zone, and the other one was on the 3.
Yep.
Now, the one on the 3 was that Southern Miss interception. That ball deflected into another guy. That
probably was off Jameson Williams.
Yeah, probably not his fault on that one. But the other 2. Now, Saban did come out and say, Aaron Sotos pointed this out, watch Bama and Bourbon. You can get that in our YouTube channel and in our podcast, Bama and Bourbon with Lance and Aaron Sotos, that Saban was critical of the route that Billingsley ran on the interception in College Station. That one might not be entirely on Bryce Young either.
Yeah, and that's always the, Bo Nix mentions that when he's with us on Monday. We always try to bring it up, that it's not always what looks like a bad throw. Sometimes it's the route that's being run is not being broken off exactly the way it's supposed to be.
Saban, I think Saban said he had to flatten that route out some. He couldn't round it off. He had to flatten it out.
Yeah, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. We recommend that if you're starting a new venture like us, the first call you make is Simpio.
Yeah, if you're a startup or you've been in business for 25 years, this is a call you need to make because they take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars, things we knew nothing about: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. No annual contract. That being said, Simpio's retention rate is 99%. Sympio.com for more information, or call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467. It is Sympio.
Real interesting story from Ole Miss. They're going to the west side of the stadium. They're going to take it down to the slab, they said, and rebuild that side of Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. The west side would be, I think, where the press box is right now.
Press box side. Kind of a small press box, too. I mean, not that the listeners care, but of all the ones I've ever been in, it's not bad. It's just really small.
Yeah. Well, at least it's on the 50, and they're all getting smaller.
Right.
Because
I bet it won't be on the 50 out of this rebuild.
Yeah, I bet it will not either. They're going to take it down to the slab and then rebuild it over the course of 2 football seasons. So taking it down in 2013 and then 2014, 2024, 2025, and then it'll be fully open in 2026. So a big remodeling of Vaught-Hemingway Stadium.
First time I ever went to Vaught-Hemingway, and I am struggling to remember if it was an Auburn Ole Miss or an Alabama Ole Miss game, but the end zone where the visitors sit was basically high school bleachers.
Yeah,
and
I sat in those.
And the bathrooms were portalets under it, and when you stood in line, if somebody spilled a drink, you got soaked. It was awful.
I told that story on the air. We talked about this briefly a few weeks ago, that the first time I went there, same way. First time I went to Arkansas, they still had the concrete high school-like bleachers in the end zone.
Oh, my.
And really a low end of seats on the visitor sidelines, and now that's built into a beautiful stadium. The money that's being kicked into the stadiums in the SEC, and think about how little they actually get used.
Well, I remember, my first game at Bryant-Denny Stadium and how low everything was there, and a chain-link fence on the back. And
I know.
I think what would be interesting was it Kenny Chesney that did the SEC story on the different announcers?
Yeah, on the announcers.
I think doing one on the growth of the stadiums and where they once were to where they are right now would be fascinating.
Yeah, because you're right. My first time going to games at Bryant-Denny, it was just a bowl.
Yeah, lower bowl. It seated like 60,000 or something like that.
Yeah. And I think it's one of the best college stadiums in the country.
And I can remember as a kid when they built the other upper deck at Jordan-Hare.
Me too.
That's been in my lifetime. I'm 45. It's been in my lifetime. They added that second upper deck.
And I should know this because I went to 2019 LSU and I just went to the Ole Miss game. Is the fire department still right there by Bryant-Denny?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
But I remember when it was smaller, the fire department jumped out. It was right there on the corner of the stadium, basically.
I do not remember a fire department there now.
Did Nick Saban say, look, man,
there's not going to be a fire here. The only fire here, I'll put it out.
I can't remember a fire department there.
I just wonder when that left. I haven't seen it forever.
I always
thought. Ever remember it?
I remember it.
I don't ever remember it. But I always thought that this building so fast, they're going to end up building over the graveyard across the street. That's what I always thought. They're going to end up doing something across the street over the graveyard.
Trust me, if they could, that is a prime territory for Alabama.
Oh, yeah, we did.
No, you're exactly. The way they're building condos around the stadium right now, I don't know what it would take to build over a graveyard if anybody would to live there, but absolutely. ABC would turn it into a sitcom probably, Rockstar.
People are dying to get in.
A condominium above the outside of Bryant-Denny. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's got our 3 and out today, and much more with you guys as you jump in our chat room and keep rolling along over there. We appreciate everyone who commenting about our interview with Brandon Marcello. One more thing about what he said as well, involving the LSU coaching search, still to come this half hour as well. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens.
Yes, you see the cup right here.
I do. That's the Ship Happens cup.
It is. Somebody actually called me to get their number yesterday. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Suffering from an old sports injury or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Our old friend Matt Zennis, who's now with On3 Sports, gave us 20 coaches today, 20 of them whose stock is on the rise. A lot of these you've mentioned throughout the season, LT. No particular order here. But one of them is Jonathan Smith at Oregon State, 4th season there. You have to agree that guy's done an amazing job at his alma mater.
He is. You know, when we look back, Mike Riley did a really good job with that program as well. You know, Dennis Erickson had the 1 year where they went to Fiesta Bowl, and of course they got put on probation after that. But, you know, overall, Jonathan Smith, he played quarterback there. It was his alma mater. He put together a really good staff. He was a great play caller for Chris Peterson at Washington. But they're sitting at 4-2, and their biggest win to date has been over USC, but they've still got an opportunity. I mean, they're leading the North still, sitting at 2-1, and that's coming off a loss to Washington State last week.
Yeah, that's a crazy division, and they still get to play Oregon.
Yeah,
obviously.
a lot of names here. I just wanted to throw these out here. Some guys we've talked about. Mel Tucker's on here. Mark Stoops on here. Jeff Traylor of UTSA, a guy that you've talked a lot about, and the other UT out there, UTEP. Dimmel is on here as well, of guys that have been impressive. Do you see those guys rising to a Power 5 job or to an SEC, Big 10, Big 12-like job immediately?
Jeff Traylor, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think he's 56. He was a high school coach for, decades. And he just seems to be in a really good situation. It's almost a Bill Clark-like situation at UTSA. I don't know how much money they put into that program, but it's a good market. And I think he's really comfortable where he is right now. Could be wrong.
Will Healy's always on these lists.
My guy, that's my guy.
Sataki, Sam Pittman, Lane Kiffin is on this list, who's been impressive this year. Jim Harbaugh is on the list. Doran is on this list. And then there's Sonny Dykes at SMU. And I feel like there's another chapter left in Sonny Dykes' career with what he's doing at SMU. Do you think there's another big move for Sonny Dykes at some point?
I don't know. I will say this. I think Sonny Dykes has still got 2 or 3 losses coming up, and it seems like kind of a trend that Sonny Dykes gets on these early season hot rolls, and he brings in quarterbacks that are transfer guys, and they play extremely well, like Mordecai is. Fun offense to watch, but you've still got a game at Houston, a game at Memphis, Central Florida, and at Cincinnati. So,
they're better than Memphis. They're better in UCF.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, on the road at Houston right now, Houston's probably favored. On the road at Memphis, Memphis is probably favored. Not that means they win. And definitely they're going to be double-digit dogs to Cincinnati.
Cal fired him, and he was 19-30. And we thought Justin Wilcox would be much better, and he really hasn't been much better. He's 20. I just looked. Wilcox is 22-25, so he's marginally better.
It's one of the more amazing things that Jeff Tedford never had the success that I thought he would have, because he had California within a game of playing for a national championship. He then came back and got Fresno State really up and cooking. Tedford could coach, and that shows you, because that job must be really difficult.
Yeah, tough job there at Berkeley. Cal gets a shot at Oregon coming up. That game's tomorrow night, right?
It is.
Yeah, Friday night game. Big game this weekend. If you're watching the rankings, people think maybe Oregon without C.J. Verdell could be in trouble there. Rockstar's 3 and Out coming up in our next segment. I wanted to go back to what Marcello had said in the interview. He seemed to be pumping up Billy Napier to replace Ed Orgeron, and that's something we have discussed before in the show, but there's the old LSU and Louisiana dynamic there. Can you go to a smaller school in your state and promote and wow anybody? But if he is perceived to be an SEC-like coach, why not in your state? Why would it being at Louisiana hinder you from doing that?
It should not, but I think it will. I think, I'm sure. I haven't lived down there. I don't know this to be factual, but I'm sure LSU fans look down their nose at Lafayette fans that, we're the real program in this state. You're a pretend program.
And it hasn't made it any easier lately with them saying we're not Louisiana Lafayette. We're Louisiana. We're the University of Louisiana.
Right. Yeah, but you guys also heard it when Auburn was looking for a coach and Bill Clark was mentioned.
Right.
And there were some Auburn people that said, we don't want to get UAB's coach.
No, I mean, you feel like you're shopping in the discount aisle, and that's a shot at Bill Clark, and not by me, but by people that would say that. But it's a real feeling for people, is that I feel like I shouldn't have to step down. I'm LSU. I should be hiring coaches from primo schools. I shouldn't have to hire a coach from Lafayette or Louisiana. Whatever the case is, if he's the good coach, it shouldn't matter where he is.
Yeah, well, whether or not you believe he was in the running for the Auburn job,
Napier.
Yeah,
I've heard he was very much.
Whether or not I'm saying whether or not you believe it. Whether or not you believe he was in the running for the Mississippi State job when that opened back, when Mike Leach came to town. There have been others. The reputation is almost proven without us sitting in the meetings that he goes in and lays out, I want the Nick Saban treatment. LSU's the kind of place that would give him that.
You would hope. Based on what they've gone through. I have heard exactly what you're saying from a really, really good source, that Billy Napier has had opportunities, big opportunities, and has said to a lot of people around him, I will not jump from here for a place where I don't have autonomy. I'm not just going to take a big-name job because it's a big-name job. I have to have autonomy.
Here would be my problem. If I'm an AD, if I'm the administration, you're coming from Louisiana Lafayette. Yeah, you've had success there, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give you autonomy. Now, I think whoever you should hire as your football coach, if you really want it to go well, you should. But Billy Napier demanding that from Louisiana Lafayette, that won't sit well with a lot of people.
No, I mean, Nick Saban demanded autonomy. Alabama had to give it to him. Now, number one, Nick Saban had earned it. He'd won a national championship. He had a track record. You didn't know it was going to be what it has become.
And I think Mal Moore was sick of sleeping in his car.
There's no doubt. I mean, Alabama had to do it because they had to land him. He had Alabama over the barrel, basically. He could have asked for anything he wanted. Alabama had to say yes.
But I think Nick Saban had that when he was at LSU. I really do.
I guess. I don't know. But, there are not many coaches that can demand it and get it. I don't know that Kirby has it at Georgia. I think Dabo Swinney probably now has it at Clemson, but he didn't when he got the job. He was an assistant. I mean, he got the job as the interim.
Yeah, one time he thought he was getting fired.
Yeah, but I bet you he's got it now. I mean, sometimes you have to earn it at the place where you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating in the offseason because more than likely we're going to have 2 top 10 jobs open. We've already got one in USC, and then LSU, good chance it comes open. And again, I have no idea where they go.
Yeah,
either one of these programs.
I think Billy Napier can coach, though. I do think that. I think if he got the LSU job, I think the guy can coach.
I will say this. Back to Tuesday night, that team was well prepared.
Yes, sir.
For App State.
They ran them.
5-1 Louisiana. Their only loss in the opener to Texas. They likely will play Coastal Carolina in the Sun Belt Championship game on Saturday, December 4th. I tweeted this morning, let's go ahead and move that to Friday night, December 3rd. I think I would rather watch that game than I would the Pac-12 championship game on Friday night.
I think I might agree.
So go ahead and move that one to Friday night and get it off that championship Saturday. When we come back, Rockstars 3 and out. Hemphill brings us part of the show today as we get ready for another big football night, which includes one AAC game, Navy and Memphis, and then South Alabama at home against Georgia Southern.
When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to pick up the phone and call our friends Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill. The only ones I trust to fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services, they do it right, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Tony Brown gets picked up by the Raiders. Tua Tagovailoa back at practice. The Dolphins expecting him to play Sunday against the Jaguars. We're back on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
There's not a better place to watch the big games with a great atmosphere than right there at Walk-Ons, Highway 280 and 119, and coming soon near the Hoover Met. The Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. You can download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh from scratch. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round rolling on. LTD&B. Rockstars 3 and out in just a second. I mentioned that Tony Brown got picked up with the Raiders. Brown and who was the Clemson receiver? Hunter Renfrow?
Correct.
That had their little back and forth back in the day, and now on the same teams in the same locker room.
That is right.
Interesting combination there.
It is. It is.
Tony comes across as a guy much like Ricky Henderson, who probably wouldn't remember. Hey, Hunter, nice meeting you. Where'd you go to college?
Oh, he'd remember Hunter.
Yeah. Hunter, where'd you go to college? Tony, I went to Clemson.
Yes, don't you remember?
We played against each other.
I think the Raiders are going to be a fascinating watch down the stretch.
It will be, with everything going on, and now a new interim coach. And what can that team do down the stretch? They are a borderline playoff team. Can they sort of stay together in what is a long NFL season still to come? Dwayne and a couple other people in the chat rooms and on Twitter, the fire station you mentioned outside Bryant-Denny moved to 15th in Greensboro.
Okay.
I bet Alabama built the nicest fire station for them.
Yeah, here you go, guys.
That's right. I mean, it's a Taj Mahal, I bet.
That fire truck shines.
And then Randall from Pelham says, do you think in the future that there are companies that will relocate entire graveyards in the most respectful and responsible way? But if there's a graveyard from 500 years ago, is it possible to move it? Sounds terrible, but I wouldn't care if I was moved, he said.
We only have so much space, and everybody's going to die.
Yeah. It's why I'm going to be cremated. One of the couple of reasons why. One of them is I don't want to tie up good land. In our old studio, when we used to do terrestrial radio, we overlooked what was a beautiful piece of land. It was what?
Elmwood.
Yeah. Elmwood
That's where
Cemetery.
Bear Bryant's buried.
Anytime we had a comedian or a guest who would come from the north, they would look out our window. Man, what a view! Is that about City Park over there? Nope, it's a graveyard. All that beautiful land, graveyard.
I'll never forget Pat Forty of Yahoo Sports was doing a big thing about Alabama football. He was at Yahoo at the time, Sports Illustrated now, and sat in and listened to some of our phone callers and all that for his story. And then we pointed out there and we were like, Hey, if you want something for your story, that's where Bear Bryant's buried. He's like, are you kidding me?
Yep.
I mean, his face lit up.
Yep.
That's where Bear Bryant's buried? I was like, oh, yeah, all you got to do is go follow the Crimson Stripe.
Rockstar, you're right. We only have so much land, but I wonder, how do you make that decision to exhume bodies?
It's going to be a tough one. Tough calls on that.
Yeah. It's something.
A lot of permission slips.
Something the future will have to deal with at some point, maybe. But one thing we'll definitely deal with right now, part of our show, is being brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. It's part of 3 and Out LT.
Yeah, make sure you take your vehicle by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is one of the most inappropriate songs to play at a wedding?
How about U2's Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For?
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's a good one.
I have climbed highest mountains.
Yes.
How about it? The It Wasn't Me song from Shaggy.
There you go.
Yep. It wasn't me.
I was going to say Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Well, before he cheats.
Yes.
Yep.
Second down.
What are some examples of rich people problems?
I was noticing the other day the increased price of jet fuel. That's really bothering me.
I bet it is pricey. I've got a specific story. I don't know if you guys remember this. Russell Crowe in mid-2000s. He was at a New York hotel, and and I'm just vaguely remembering the details, but he had a confrontation with the guy working the front desk at this upscale hotel. He needed to get in touch with his son who was back in Australia, and he wanted the guy to be able to patch the call through, and the guy couldn't do it. So he had a complete meltdown in the lobby, and he started throwing things, including like a vase, I think a picture. But anyway, somebody caught it on video even back then, or maybe it was on surveillance, and he settled with that guy working at the hotel for over $10 million. But that was a rich person problem. He couldn't get in touch with his son in Australia that day and went nuts.
Yes.
Wow, $10 million.
What about in the pandemic? All the nice restaurants just closed. They weren't doing takeout. There's one here in town, by the way. I don't know if it's still open.
I don't think it is open yet.
Not best restaurant in town. That's what they say.
Other songs coming in. Chris says OPP.
Dude looks like a lady from Gary.
Yeah.
OPP's really good.
OPP's good one. Aaron, love the one you're with.
Oh.
I don't think Let's Get It On would be that bad. That's sort of that should be your exit song, right? Let's get it on.
Third down.
Could you tell it was me, not Marvin Gaye?
It was very close.
I was wondering if we were playing because we don't have the rights to it. What is an upgrade that the human body needs?
What if we needed less sleep?
That's what I was going to go with.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go
would
ahead,
you
Lance.
would you not
No, you're
love
right.
it if you could run on 3 hours?
Oh, I would love it.
That
I mean,
would
just
be
imagine
incredible.
your day. Yeah, if you could stay up till 3, 4 in the morning, grab a couple hours of sleep, and be good to go.
Be so much more efficient.
Yeah.
I would like a check engine light, right?
They're always going to be on.
Sir, I'm going to check you.
I mean,
if
just
you don't mind dropping your pants.
And this is sort of serious. I mean, but be honest. Sometimes you don't know you have a heart problem, right? But if there,
the majority of times when people have heart attacks, they don't realize they've got a heart problem.
But can you imagine if all of a sudden on my forehead I had a little red exclamation point, and you guys like, Jim, your check engine light just came on.
No, it's malfunctioning. It's fine.
You know how many people?
Jim will go.
There's so many people that need to go to Vulcan Tire and Automotive and not do this, but people that run with that engine light on, they don't worry
once it
about
comes on, yeah.
But if you had that on your head, I guarantee
right.
people would go straight to the doctor.
They would go quickly.
Yep.
Or, for instance, if I was having an Alabama men's clinic problem, I could.
I think there is a check engine light on that one.
There'd be, it would be like that tire pressure light that comes on. Not really at 32 pounds anymore, sir. You're at 29.
Oh my!
Yikes.
Fourth down.
The next round just got to join the Spice Girls.
Oh,
what
wow.
are the hosts' spice names?
Wow. Did you come up with this yourself?
I did.
All right. Mine, Lance is going to be allspice. I'm going to be barbecue spice. It's just going to be old spice.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. With that in mind, Brown would be condescending spice.
That makes perfect sense, yeah.
Grumpy spice.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive spice.
I was going to go passive aggressive on you. I was going to go 100% spice for you and annoyed spice for Rocky.
I was going to go cynical spice for me.
Yeah, you are cynical spice.
Gamble spice for Lance.
Gamble spice.
And that's fourth down.
That is 3 and out.
Grumpy.
It is brought
You're
to you.
more grumpy than I am.
I knew that was going to get him.
1,000%.
I knew that was going to get him.
There you go. That is
The cloud over your head's much bigger than mine.
It is. I think everyone knows that.
my check engine
It
light.
may be
now.
raining over here, but it's pouring over there.
Yeah, but I got here at 6:45.
I think I worry about too many people. I think that's my problem.
3 and out's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 locations for you guys. Take it by. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Old Spice. All right, Brownie, tell us about Nichols Outfitters.
The first thing I thought of last night when Rockstar said these, I can't believe I was the one that got to use the line. I thought everybody would do it. Camping and outdoor equipment, clothing, and footwear for all your outdoorsman activities. Get all of it at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Great prices for the brands you know and trust, and be prepared with Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242. I-65 in Pelham, in-store and online, NicholsOutfitters.com.
That's the second time in the last, back to Sunday, what is that, last 4 days, 5 days? That Brown now has referenced my age. He has done it once on the show today with Old Spice, and he did it in the vote for his avatar this week, calling me out about being old.
I don't think he ever did that back in the terrestrial radio days.
He never did. He never did.
You're older on a digital platform.
Yeah, he's trying to replace me here, folks. Don't let that happen. Don't let Ryan Brown win.
Have you been in the room yet?
Yeah. Don't let me be voted off the island here.
It's going to screw up our camera shot if you go.
Yeah, back big gap right here. Room for another sponsor sign. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. The Next Round is proud to partner with our friends at Taco Mama to support local Alabama startups. Taco Mama is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, Taco Mama wants to give back to startups that are trying to build their new business and live out their dreams. As part of this promotion, Taco Mama and the Next Round want you to send us a 90-second or less video telling us a little bit about your startup. The Next Round will select multiple winners, and they will receive a taco bar compliments of our friends at Taco Mama, and one lucky startup will receive 1 month's free advertising thanks to our friends at Taco Mama. Taco Mama knows how difficult these first steps are, and they want to support local startups and make their journey just a little bit easier. Really simple. Email us that 90-second video or less, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's staff@nextroundlive.com. Again, Taco Mama celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, they want to give back to startups trying to build their new businesses throughout the state of Alabama.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes. although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Back with you on the next round. Gutter cap, that time of year where you want to cap those gutters. Big games coming up this weekend, so you don't want to be up on the ladder and, say, miss the Auburn Arkansas game or the Florida LSU game or the Texas A&M Missouri game, all at 11 o'clock this week. 3 SEC games. Why would you be on the ladder cleaning out your gutters when you'd be watching football, right?
Oh, and it's dirty. It's dangerous. You do not want to get on the roof. Imagine you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call today, 823-2212, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with that lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Based on Rockstar's 3 and Out, we were just sent on Twitter an RSVP card to a wedding. And I'm assuming this guy literally has this. The wedding is, you're asked to respond by October 1st, so you've missed the deadline. Check will attend, check decline with regret, and then at the bottom it says, I will dance if you play this song, and has a space for you to write the song, which is a really creative idea.
It is. That's a promise you got to keep.
Well,
too.
he says, I put gin and juice.
Oh, good, something they won't play.
Yes. But, I mean, that is a creative idea. I'll give them that. I will dance if you play this song. It's a good way to build a playlist. People will enjoy it.
Is there one song that gets you on the dance floor?
I mean, there were multiple songs way back in the day.
Cotton Eye Joe?
Dance floor days are over.
Come on, ride that train, the choo-choo ride.
Oh, yeah. Quad City DJs.
I'm more likely to go out and dance. I was at 2 weddings this summer, and both times I danced with my wife to a slower song.
Right.
I'm more likely to dance to the slower song than go out and dance big.
Let's take that off the table. No slow songs. Is there one? I can't even remember who sang it, but there was one back. This would have been in the 80s. It was something about get your back up off the wall. Come on, dance, y'all. Something like that. You remember that one? You remember that one?
No.
I do not.
I don't, but that's, y'all, come on, dance. Get your back up off the wall.
Get your back up off the wall. Scotty Hawkins, if he's listening, remembers
He knows
that.
that. There were certain songs like In the Club, 50 Cent, when that first came out, everybody would just run. I remember Low by Flo Rida.
It's like a head bobbing song.
People loved Low when that would come on.
Forrester's got the RSVP card up on the live stream. I mean, that's a creative idea. I'll give him credit.
I agree.
Yeah, I've never seen that in a wedding invite before. Of course, my wife normally answers those for us. I never see them.
We got a question to wrap up the show here in our Mortgage Right final shot of the day right here, brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Hey, there is no place like home, and nobody knows that better than our friends at Mortgage Right. With locations nationwide, they are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals. They've got skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
How are you guys, if we go into this pod system, how do you want to divide up the pods? And we had a listener ask that question and wanted us to discuss it today. How are you going to divide up the pods? You know, initially I thought to myself, and I said this on the show, which made him send us the email in the DM, was I said, well, you know, LSU, Texas A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma probably would be in one pod because of the rivalries and stuff like that. You'd want that every year. And then instantly in my head I thought, well, let's put Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn, and Georgia in another pod. And then, you got all those rivalry games, and boom, it's settled. But the problem is,
you've got all the power in those two pods.
Yeah, if you look at the other pods, they're not very well divided. So his point was, how are you going to divide these pods? And remember, we're not going to have the champion of each pod play in a semifinal and then a final. The pods is just for scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw what he sent, and I think what he did a good job on is in the pods there were two what seemed to be elite teams. And so there seemed to be a lot of balance in his pod.
That's right. If you do it fairly geographically, I'm looking at it right here. You do go Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M, and LSU in a pod.
That's too much, though.
You go, I'm just doing it geographically, though. Then you go Missouri, Arkansas, and the two Mississippis in a pod.
Right.
Then you go Kentucky, Vandy, Tennessee, South Carolina in a pod. And you go Alabama, Georgia, Florida in a pod. Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida in a pod.
Can you imagine Kentucky, Vandy, South
pretty
Carolina,
bad pod.
Tennessee?
Yeah, but see, keep in mind that that's just for scheduling purposes.
Yeah.
So it means nothing when it comes down to whether or not you have a championship game or who wins the conference.
Yeah, so the question I would ask is, and I think the answer to this is, when at that point you're still in divisions probably, or maybe you're not even in divisions anymore. But even if my pod is strong or my pod is weak, I've still got to play not only those games, but I've got to play another pod. So, if I'm playing if I'm say Kentucky or one of the Mississippis in your pod scenario, Brown, I've got to play the pod that has Alabama in it, or I've got to play the pod that has Texas, Oklahoma in it.
Yep.
And all those when it comes to scheduling. So I'm going to get 4 tough games no matter where I look, whether I'm in the pod with somebody. If I'm in a tough pod, then my weak pod is my cross-pod games. I'm saying pod a lot. But
you really are. I've noticed
that. But you understand what I'm saying, right?
I got exactly what you're saying.
So either way, it's going to balance out to where you've got a good schedule. I just don't know how we're going to have a championship game anymore. You'd have 2 pods in each division.
Yeah, you're going to have to go 2 best records in the championship game. And
with a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps the pod is going to make a tiebreaker easier. It may make it more difficult. I don't know.
I mean, we say pods, but that's really the way the NFL does their scheduling. Yep. It's just they do it with divisions.
And they're able to break the ties.
Yep.
I mean, how often do you have a team with the same record, first of all? I mean, it's most of the time in the NFL, you've got a team that's got a better record, but then occasionally the number 2 and the number 3 have the same record. You got to break that tie.
Right.
It's no issue in the NFL.
Yeah. Chris has the point. He goes, whatever you do, he wants the pods changed up every 3 years.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you keep changing the pods because, for instance, you look at one. There have been points in LSU, Texas A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma histories that those teams have not been very good.
Yeah. Well, for instance, you could change it up, go Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. Then you got A&M, LSU, and the 2 Mississippis. Alabama, Georgia, Vandy, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Alabama, Auburn, Vandy, Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Completely change them up.
Yeah.
I just I don't know how protecting the Egg Bowl, protecting the Deep South's oldest rivalry, protecting the Iron Bowl, protecting the cocktail party. Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma.
I mean, that's what's made college football.
I mean, Texas and Oklahoma aren't going to come to this league and say, oh, yeah, we'll quit playing each other. That game means a lot to them.
And that's why I was putting all those teams in a pod, right? Because if you put Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and Georgia, it covers a lot there. If you put LSU, A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma, that covers a lot there.
Do we want Texas to come to this league and not play A&M every year? Do you want that?
No, I want that.
I do too.
And I want them to play Oklahoma every year.
I do too. So, I mean, that's 2 games right there. Auburn's got 2 games. They got to play Georgia and Alabama. We can't get rid of those games.
Yeah. But I also want Texas to play LSU every year. And if I'm being truthful, I want Texas to play Alabama every year.
Do you think right now, miles away from us, downtown SEC office, there are people that are working on this right now?
It's a board the size of our wall right here, and they've got every possibility on it. They got to.
Would I be asinine to think they've already got it figured out?
Maybe.
I'd be asinine, or you think they've already got it figured out? Or both? I'll accept both as an answer,
maybe.
Jim.
I don't know. I don't really know, Jim. Maybe.
All right. That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow live, 9 to 1 Central. But as always, we crank up with a new show right here on the app, or you can go back and watch on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Twitter anytime you want. The replays are already there. Remember, the lock earlier was?
We're taking Memphis tonight against Navy, laying the 11.
Memphis. My Buccaneers tonight, as I do before every game, pray that Tom Brady stays healthy. He's down to 9 fingers. Oh, 9-finger Tom tonight in Philly.
That's all he needs.
That's all he needs.
It really is. His 9 are better than most 10.
All right. Fun show today. Back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.